en Juan Dolio, República Dominicana, donde de forma presencial están delegados de 9 países miembros de la región del OIRSA: México, Guatemala, Belice,
Mexico, Guatemala, Belize, El Salvador, Honduras, Nicaragua, Costa Rica, Panama. Obviously, our hosts, Dominican Republic. We would also like to thank the Ministry of Agriculture of the Dominican Republic for all the attentions and accommodations in this event, who's together with the IPPC and OIRSA have made possible this event. The same way, we greet our virtual community that have been participating actively since yesterday. And likewise, we hope they continue participating in this hybrid format we're executing. So those that cannot join us in person can do so online. Would like to ask our communities participating through the YouTube channels to identify themselves in the chat, and that also is an attendance sheet, so we can issue the virtual participation certificate. I mentioned that yesterday we had a really good participation, around 900 views throughout the day. That's part of shows part of the interest that this workshop has created, that I believe it's one of the few that have been developed during the year. And we were discussing this with the colleagues. This is going to be part of the work plan that we will produce as the main objectives of this workshop, the proper follow-up of the workshop. We should remind that within the objectives of the workshops are to present within its array of activities an analysis forum for phytosanitary authorities of member countries of OIRSA and other sectors to share experiences, discuss the challenges in the application of electronic phytosanitary certifications, ePhyto, also to find solutions to facilitate commerce and improve plant health in the idea of one single health. I am pleased to formally open this second day of work and to immediately begin with one of our first and most expected presentations, I would say, from this workshop. We have Mr. Gianluca Nuso of the unique unit. He's a technical leader of the ePhyto solution and manager of solutions delivery of UNICC. With 25 years of experience in ICT, 18 years within the UN system. Also, I would like to say that he's worked in corporate architectures and design solution designs in different businesses. He has led the implementation of several solutions worldwide, and together with his technical team has helped the global success with the ePhyto solution. In the same way, he leads one of the departments of the UNICC, and he's one of our master speakers that we have the honor to receive him in person in the Dominican Republic. So first, I would like a round of applause so we can start warming up for Gianluca, so we can begin the session in a good point. Gianluca, thank you again for participating. We had you here in record time, really. We moved everything in our power, but with the attitude Gianluca had, was really easy to conquer some bureaucratic challenges that we always have in our organization. So thank you so much, because Gianluca from day one has shown interest of participating in this event. And thanks to him, this has been an important milestone for the workshop. Gianluca, thank you. Gracias, gracias todos y todas. ¿Les gusta la gorra? Vamos a iniciar con una presentación. Trataré de reducir y ver los elementos principales y tratar de pasar inmediatamente. A mí me gustan las demostraciones. Ustedes probablemente saben el uso de gens, algunos ya lo han utilizado, otros no saben. Entonces, será solo en modo de vista. Me parece que tomaría mucho más tiempo ir a cada detalle, pero todos los que están dando seguimiento en línea y anoten sus preguntas, creo que me gustaría.
Try to answer all your questions. Okay, let me share the presentation. Okay, here it is. I mean, can you all see the presentation, guys? Yes, it's good. So, I mean, this is a bigger presentation, but I have to say that many of the slides that are introduction and they've been already done. But during the other day, yesterday, of course. So, but I like to focus on this slide because I think it makes you understand the three components that we've been talking. So the harmonization, of the and standardization of the message, the hub, standardization of the connection, not to go anymore, bilateral, but have a single place and UNICC is the fact that we have, let's say, IT services that are already built and operational, and they're ready to be used by other UN partners in this case. So by doing that, we manage to share those services and reduce the cost. So if we have a UN organization that does not have, let's say, the resources to develop a project or to just implement or do some sort of service delivery, then they come to us and then yes, we take the expertise that we have by sharing that across the entire UN. So I think that is just something that I wanted to touch because you wonder, who is the UNICC? Okay, I'm gonna jump this slide. What is this is another slide that I want to touch base, and I will also open maybe later on for additional questions and answer on how we approach security. So here, you see that ICC, of course, have certifications, and to all those certifications, you have to demonstrate, and you are audited constantly on how you approach, the service delivery. And all our staff, of course, as the UN, they have non-disclosure agreement. So we are, let's say, treating the information, with care. And then, yes, of course, we have a lot of processes to make sure that there is no access, unwanted access to the systems. And even internally, sometimes it's a bit difficult to apply a change because of the strictness of the process. You see, the service is monitored 24/7. What that means, it means that we have an infrastructure there that is constantly monitored. We have several services that do monitoring in different areas. Of course, the area of the infrastructure, the area of application performances, security as well. So security, we have a service there that does basically consolidate logs coming from all the accesses, and with let's say those systems, we are able to understand if and capture if there is something that is wrong, something that is intrusion detection system, basically. So for the ePhyto, we are keeping data, secure at rest, and also the transfer between the country, and specifically here, I'm referring to the hub, of course, is totally secure. And so there is no point where we have accesses or transfer of data that is not encrypted. But we can go more on the details. I wanted to prepare this slide. I did it actually before coming here, but then as a continuation of what Rodrigo was showing the other day, I showed the history and started from 2008. And okay, let's go into 2018. What happened in 2018 is just, we managed to have the hub live. But what happened after that? Which were the key elements that we introduced to make that success, to be able to reach countries and to be able to give them the access? So I think the first pillar was the validation tool, and we will see this in the hub presentation more in details. What that means? It means that the hub by default was designed to just exchange, right? As a post office, you send a letter, and then the other one on the other side will pick it up. The content of the letter, it could be everything. And so we have the harmonization and everything else. Now we needed to have some tool to make sure that if the country wants to verify that, they can use this service, which is global and is available to the hub, to immediately check whether that XML is in a good form. So this was a pillar, I have to say, a milestone to really, improve the implementation and give a tool for the countries. Then we implemented the landing page so that we could share all the information there. We used to have an IPPC site, which was good, but very difficult to navigate. So we wanted to make it very clear. What is the point of having the landing page? Everything is public. If a country comes tomorrow, right, and say, I want to join the ePhyto hub, right, the documentation is there. And the technical people will immediately get that documentation, read it, and immediately understand, okay, I can do this in 2, 3, 4 months. I need more support on this and that. They can immediately plan because it's transparent. It's available for everyone. Of course, the other important milestone was the GENS. The GENS went live July 2019. We had pilot countries there, some of them very fast, some other more slow. We will talk about the GENS later on. So I think that is another important step. What is the hub channels? In November 2019, we thought, okay, how are we gonna do it with the traces? Traces has to manage, I don't know how many countries we have in Europe. I'm Italian, so it's 20, 30, whatever. So we created this system that we could delegate the access to a single system to act on behalf of multiple countries. And we did this also with the idea of not only do it for traces, which was very important for us, but also to looking forward at single windows, at other use cases. So we will talk about that in the hub presentation in the afternoon. But this is a very important milestone. I remember exactly because we went to a meeting like this with the ESG, and I presented, the feature was up, and the European Commission person sent a message to the people on the back end, and they started to use it immediately. And after a few months, we had immediately all the European countries there. So this attracted also additional people to join and of course, with that, we needed to have the digital signature. Now, with the digital signature, we just codified, let's say, the way that this should have been done in the XML, and I'll show you that. But at the same time, we took that and implemented the feature for the GENS countries. This was very difficult to implement. I have to tell you because, looking at the requirements, I'll be honest with you, when I hear countries coming to, I want to know about, the digital signature. How can I do that? I understand, because sometimes it could be very confusing. It's easy in the end, but the way that you get there, there are like some process that you have to follow, and I'll give you some hints later. After that, we had the GENS translation. So we started to have a French version. Now we are going to have the Spanish, hopefully very soon. And maybe if you will to collaborate on the translation testing, make yourself available, because I don't know, Guatemala, maybe you want to start immediately to check whether the translation works well, and you can take that. Definitely we can do it. At the moment, the GENS will support a standard, let's say, one language. So if you have English, you need to continue with English. If you want to go to Spanish, this will be translating the entire user interface, but there is no switch at the moment to go English or Spanish. The country response, this is something that it was developed and actually analyzed and defined already in 2021, but then it didn't went through much of testing and adoption. So I think it's very important. I'll show you what is the country response, and I will actually challenge you, to ask, what do you think it is? Then we did thankfully, we had some funding from, I think it was GIZ at the time. So we did some additional features into the GENS during the last year. And so the Arabic support, which was challenging because we needed to rewrite the user interface to make it right to left. The GENS e-billing or billing system, a tool to give to MPPO the option to create the bill for the inspection. And then also with an API that can receive the confirmation of the payment. Offline commodities, this was something that was requested. I put it there as a feature because I really think that in some of the cases, some certificates are so big that managing them one after the other into the GENS is not that easy. So we introduced that, and the GENS channel support, which we will talk later on, maybe when we talk about the app, because basically the GENS is using this feature that is developed and implemented in the app. So this will be, let's say, the next, the vision is that we will need to work maybe in adopting more the counter responses, working more to have channels there, and I'll show you why, what is the benefit. So that's the roadmap. On top of that is that we have a lot of features requested by countries, and probably also from you guys. And so we're trying to give as much as possible our resources to look at those ones that will make immediately value for more countries rather than one specific. So one of there are few announcements there that I wanted to report here in the roadmap, collaboration announcements. So to have a single, let's say, some sort of forum, if you think about where we can have multiple experts, not experts, exchanging, information. That could be technical, could be also phytosanitary. So at the moment, we just have a collaboration tool in the app that is not that interactive. So we want to make it better. The other very important, which I believe all the countries are waiting, but we are looking at funding this, is the embedded reporting. So at the moment, and by requirements, the gens provide the data extract. You can download the Excel and then put it on a folder. Maybe you can structure the way that you can bring this into a data warehouse, make reports and everything else. But all of this need to be done offline, from you. So what we would like to have is a simple system that we can embed within the gens that has the data of the gens, and then that you can drag and drop fields and then do reports. And that would be very important, I think. Also, there is a request for gens non-commercial certificates, so those that are the use case, let's say, of the person at the airport that is carrying over something for his own use, and we want to have a simplified workflow for that, maybe with a mobile app that we can give publicly, so that the people can request for the certificate. There are discussions about the mixed commodities, which is something that we left over from the harmonization at the time, because it was very difficult, let's say, to get an agreement and also to match this with the UNCFAT schema. So this is also in the plan. We need to rethink of that. I was talking to Rodrigo about the thresholds and then making sure that let's say countries are using the specifically the app, the services in the best way. As you see, we have some peaks, countries joining and then suddenly, exchanging and sending thousands of certificates at the same time. The problem is not, or at least until now, was not on the app, but was actually on the other side, into other country, pooling and receiving the data. And then, yes, of course, we have a lot of small enhancements and improvements. Okay, I think I have to jump because typically we go first in the app. So let me jump to the gens, and I'll try to be as quick as possible. Okay, so this is the gens. You all know basically where does it sit? The gens it sit with countries that do not have a national system. We discussed yesterday on the fact that it could be it's free. Basically, it doesn't cost anything, and it could be like a really good way to adopt something, organize the MPPO in the way that it is like already digitalizing the information, and then by doing that, understand and write down maybe the requirements for the national system. We are not pushing for using the gens or the app. But of course, we want you to join the ePhyto as soon as possible. So I think the values of the gens is that everything is there standardized. But at the same time, in the gens, and I'll show you where you have a lot of configuration option. You can switch on, switch off, and on, features and customize them. So we will be working on that. I think it's very important to note that there's a multi-tenant solution. So what that means, it means that the gens is developed as a single solution, but then it is like totally separated into different instances. And so The data is completely segregated, the access, the authorization, everything else. So the only thing that is in common is the code base, the application, how it is developed. Okay, so again, in terms of the security, I think for the gens it's very important to say that well, you don't need to worry about the security of the data and the transaction with the hub anyway. But this is, let's say, leverage, because in the end, what you control with the gens is just role permissions, and everything else is stored in the UNICC data center. And I think it's important to note that we tried to work, and make it optimized for low bandwidth. We did some tests at the start in Africa specifically, where connections could be not that good, and the results were positive, because technically how the gens is developed is a single page application. It does only exchange data back with the servers. It doesn't, it's one, it's very optimized, let's say. And yeah, I mean, in our development and delivery process, we go through automated scans, and these are covering, the code base, how they are implemented, the server elements. So all of this is scanned regularly. And so any sort of problem that might be introduced or security threat is then highlighted, and we have to resolve that before we deliver the new version. Okay. So in terms of the features, definitely the gens is automatically connected to the app. What that means is not just a matter of using the web services, right? That you connect and technically, okay, I can use the web services. Not that, only that. It is the fact that the gens is producing the XML in the right form, is storing all that information in the right way, exactly as it is expected on the other side. In fact, many countries and also I think here in this room are using the gens in the test to actually test with the national system, because then if you connect and you exchange with the gens, then let's say you are most probably fully compliant already. So it's very fast in terms of that. So yeah, I mean, the other important element is the company's self-registration, because the idea of the gens is to use the companies that are there as the drafters of the certificate requests, and so bring that functionality to the companies, and then, let's say, concentrate at the MPPO on reviewing that information. We've been talking about the billing. You will see self-service administration of users, roles, offices, companies, the reference data, the feature settings. It's basically, when we give you an instance of the gens, we request the flag, and the images that you want to use. Maybe if you have some users there or offices, but seriously, I can just give an administrator account and you are already working. Now, what are the user roles? I think let's spend some time on this. I wanted to keep it there. So first of all, this is not to be perceived as hierarchical, right? But rather each role has its own activities and permissions, so that they are segregated one to the other, but they can be joined. I can have an officer that is also an inspector. I can have an assistant that is also an officer, and vice versa. So they are not. So that means that the MPPO admin or the administration of the gens is not a person that can do, that can create an issue ePhyto. No, he is only the person that can administer the gens. Similarly, then you have the company admin and company user. So the company admin is actually the person that configure and give access to all the company users, set up the information for that company. We have introduced 2 roles in the last period. So the MPPO cashier, which comes with the billing, is a simple role just to do a manual confirmation of the payment in case there is no API integration. And then the MPPO import inspector. This because previously the MPPO inspector was doing both import and export. And we needed to divide that, even because with the MPPO inspector, we can segregate the work by offices, while for the MPPO import inspector, it's difficult because that information could be available in the incoming ePhyto, but is not that standardized. Let's go in the demo. Okay, so you see this is how it is implemented, right? You have multi-tenancy, which means that all the traffic is defined by the 2-letter ISO code. So if I type there Panama, I will .ePhytoexchange.org, I will go into Panama. If I type there, Sri Lanka or DO as the Dominican Republic, then I will go into that instance. Okay. Can you still see the screen, guys? Yes? No? Yeah? Can you see the screen? Yeah, everything is fine. Okay. So this is a test instance of the gens. Now, if you start from this page, you can see already how this can be customized. Now here we have the ESG demo version, and you could have your country logo, or you can have your MPPO logo there, and then your country flag here. And then there are other texts like this one and a few others that you can customize. So, of course, the login, the reset password, all of that is included within the gens. And you have in the home page the company registration, and then a tool that we lately introduced to find an issued certificate, as we were discussing this morning, with the friend in Belize that US, for example, they have that tool. And then if you have a certificate that is issued from their side, then by entering the information in that site, you can verify and then download. So similarly, we have it for the gens. You need to be strict. You need to insert the right information there. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to access the system for now. Company registration, just 1 second. You see, it's basically collecting the information about the company and also the company administrator, so the person that will receive the account. Everything is automated. When the company registration is approved, then the account is issued and the company can log in into the gens. Okay. So here it is. I think we have a good connection here. So it's very important on one side, but once again, keep in mind that we have instrumented the system to work in low network, but of course we don't have that control. So let me just show you the different elements here on the left. So as you see, you have the home. You go directly into the home, and then there is a list of pending actions. Depending on the roles that are assigned to you, then you can get basically something there that will drive you to what you have to do in the system. Then we have the dashboard, which is a very simple dashboard, just to give an idea of the exchanges. Previously, we started to work on the dashboard, starting to add some filtering and reporting, but we changed the approach. We completely changed the approach because it is not the right place to do reporting. So we wanted to move to a more efficient reporting system, and hopefully between this year and next year, we can have some resources to do it. So what we did basically, we removed the data from that dashboard, and then we created this automated data extract. There is a job there that collect all the information, and then you can download the Excels and then consult all the data. So we are providing the data in the gens to the users. I think the other, before we go into the more details, my profile. So my profile is basically a way to add your signature in case there is a feature in the system where you can have automatically the signature in the PDF document that is generating. Change the password, activate the notifications. Here I am an administrator, so I can change the role. Of course, this is not available for the users that are not administrator. And then very important, the office location. So of course, this is a national system. So to be able to have the users segregated and concentrated and focused on what they need to do, then in the system, you have to create the offices and then assign them to the user. So that view will be just listing the records that are in that office. Okay, so I'm just going to, and then documents, I think is very important here. We publish all the changes to the user manual. And then we have a basic definition of the roles. And also something that I think is very important, to understand the different status of the certificate requests, as they might be not immediately understandable. For example, the pending review, what that means, it means that is waiting for an inspector to actually start the review. And under review is when an inspector comes into the certificate and start to do the work, and so on. So there are like several status that are described. Also very important here, this is for the administrator. So this feedback button is something that some of the users are using, and it's very helpful because what will happen is that the MPPO administrator, so the person that is managing the gens in the country, can go inside and post, let's say, a feedback to the team, and this goes directly to our work board basically. So we can see, okay, there was a feedback from Panama for to have to change this, but this was not working, and so you can post and then you can attach files and images. So this is the way that we interact with the users directly. But of course, that users directly is not us talking to the country users, is talking to the focal points, so the administrators in the countries. Okay, and then we have the main modules of the gens. So as you see here, you have the certificate requests, which is basically opening up a sub menu where you have all the different actions for creating a certificate request and then issuing a certificate. And then import certificate, where you see listed all the certificates that are actually incoming from another country. The administration, which is very important, of course, for the MPPO administrator. The reference data. which is a section where the country can, not on all, but most of them can eventually do the translation, can insert their text and way to refer to an entry. And then we have the list of exporter and list of consignee, which are just basically showing the list of all the records that are already in the system. Are there any questions until now? Okay. Am I too fast? I'm too slow? I'm a bit slow actually today because I think I'm not feeling that well, but you can feel my voice. But okay, so let's go into the certificate request, right? We got the gens, right? Let's create a new, let's issue a new certificate, because I have the guy at the door that is requesting me to do something. So how is the certificate request structured? You can see there are different tabs, right? So you have a general tab or general section, however you want to call it, a consignment, commodities, attachments, and history, and then tracking. So in all of them, they will be like fixed. They will be there all the time. And then we have also other tab that eventually coming up. So who is the applicant? So what we introduced in the gens, and by default you have it already, is actually a very good tooltip system, so that you can understand, okay, what is the applicant? Now, the way that we did it it could be generic, but you as a country, when you are in the gens, you can actually go and change them or request to be changed them to actually instruct the people on how to use it. So the applicant could be the person at the door presenting the papers in the MPPO, and you tell me if I'm wrong. And then the other important element is the office location. Okay, before I do that, let me do this. I will create an office location for us. I want to create a new office location, which is named, is it Santo Domingo here? No, it's not really Santo Domingo, but it's okay. So what is these three different fields? So the name is the internal reference. The place of issue is like the name that goes into the certificate when it is issued, actually, because you might call an office differently from what you have then in the certificate when you issue it. And then the billing address, because that will go into the billing as part of the template. So when the bill is printed, then you will get the address there coming from this office. Okay, so I'm just going to do this. I'm just going to do it, and then assign it to myself, so I can we can see only the data that we are creating. Okay, Santo Domingo, it's here. I will just remove Ghana, and I will remove Accra. This is a long time. I did Ghana many years back. Okay, so I changed my profile, and then if I go back to the certificate request, in theory, I should be seeing only Santo Domingo there. Okay, here I can also type. I can type, let's say, the name of the person, and this will be then recorded and stored in the system. Okay, commercial, non-commercial, I think you are phytosanitary expert. I'm not going to tell you what the difference between one and the other. Name of the importing country. So this is the importing country as per the issuing of the ePhyto. What that means. For example, if I'm sending something to Antarctica, well, no, let's get another one. Martinique, which is a French territory, right? I will need to put French there, or France. So in the gens, you also have this setting. So you can, and of course we maintain that based on the subdivisions. Let me show you something before I go ahead on this. So if I go here in the lending data, right, and documentation, although there is not the latest version, we need to publish a new one, but we have this country subdivisions. What that means, it means that we are starting to codify sub-territories so that they are there for everyone to understand how they should be treating the. So going back to the importing country, this would be France, right? Or we can use this same country. I can probably put 00 just to do a test and see the same into my import. Okay, I'll do this for now. What is the transit countries? So the transit country is basically a record that will tell the gens that if the transit country is already in the hub and is accepting receiving messages, then this ePhyto will also be sent automatically to them. And at the same time, within the XML, within the ePhyto, and of course also the printed, we will see the transit country listed there, because it's an information of the ePhyto. On this one, the certificate forwarding, I don't think we have the setup in this environment, but you have to think about. We will talk about this in the app, and then we go back to this. Okay, please allow me for 1 second. Let's say that the main feature is that I'm able to tell the gens that when this certificate is issued, it needs to be available also for another connection in the hub. And that could be cases like logistic operators, shipping companies, single windows, and things like that. So this is a feature that we are putting there to start testing. So it's already there, but there are no channels at the moment with that sort of specification. We have other channels, and I'll show you the difference later. So, okay, fair enough. Am I too fast, too slow? You're sleeping? No. Okay, if I save the certificate, you see that the certificate number is generated. And now the certificate number generation is also a setting of the system. You can customize it. You can put there, you don't like CR, you like Dominica, DO, let's say. You can put DO dash whatever, or put something different. So there is a regular expression in the administrator. Shall I show you now? Yes, let me show you now. See, under administration, we get into the system settings. So you see a lot of settings here, like the help text, what I was saying before. You can actually customize the way that you are giving the tooltip to the users. So that for your people, maybe it doesn't make sense. And so please make sure that you insert here this, or please avoid inserting anything here. So you can help the users in understanding how to use the system. The email settings, so you can manage all the emails, all the texts of the emails that are going out and in. They can be just edited. You have to respect the placeholders there that we have inside, because they will be replaced by the content of the certificate. And then the MPPO settings. So here, I think, yeah, certificate number generation is one of the top. You see, this is the way that in this specific instance, the number is generated. So Okay, so this show you and give you an idea how flexible it is as well to, customize it for your needs. Let's go back to the certificate request. So I just created the certificate request, and I want to view, where are we? We are in Ghana. Oops. Let me check. Maybe something that, yeah, there it is. It didn't refresh. So I can see now the office is Santo Domingo, which is my main office. I can see the one that I just created. This is in a status of draft. It is a phytosanitary certificate. We have two types there, phyto or re-export, right? Phyto. So those are the two types that are worldwide used for phytosanitary certification. Okay, let's go inside the general we have seen. Now let's go into the consignment. So into the consignment, by default, I get the country of the exporter. Of course, I can't change that, but I can change the country of the consignee. And so that is the switch between a country that is receiving the ePhyto and the country that should be in the address of the consignee. Okay, so that could be different actually. So if I send it to Martinique, I will choose France here, but then in the consignment, most probably add Martinique there. And then I can check, I can start to type here. I'm sure that this is just one Gianluca for all the tests that I've done. Now you can see where I live in Italy, and also the consignee here, for example. Now very important to notice, you can have the people actually adding the staff adding new records, right? So that you can increase that exporter list and consignee list. But at the same time, if you need to be fast, you can just type here, and you can change this without problem. And so, okay. Then you have other details, distinguishing marks. I think, of course, they are part of the consignment. Declare point of entry. As you see here, I selected in the first place France, and then I changed it. So the system is remembering that. But in terms of the declare point of entry, we did a big change here. So what we did is basically to take the UN low code database. If you guys don't know the UN low code, you can Google it on the internet, and so that in the XML we can have the specific code to that location. So it would be not just writing there the text. Let's say I could write here, of course, Italy. Let me just take Italy, and then put here Brindisi, right? Now the system is searching and is probably finding my hometown. But of course, if I have something else, like Brindisi, then I can also type it there. What is the difference? The difference is that if I select that Brindisi, then the UN law code for Brindisi, my hometown, will be present in the XML. So when you reach on the other side, on that system on the other side, they will see exactly from the UN law code and give it a name that is also maybe in the language. So once again, it's a matter of harmonizing the message. So this is very important for the import. For example, think about traces, right? So traces a single system from the entire EU, and you get imports for all the countries. How they can segregate this information in the system is very difficult. Yeah. So of course we are introducing this also for that use case. And then you have the seal number. estimated shipment date. This is like additional information that is in the certificate request, but you know, some of the cases is not going on the other side. It's just to organize the information within the MPPO. So there are fields there that are not part of the phytosanitary certificate, but they are in the gens to simplify you as a matter of change requests. Okay. You can add a transport name here, you know, and then number, and there you go. We have the transport details. You can add multiple, of course. And then if you hit next, this should be saved and go into the next screen, which is the main one, where we finally started to insert the commodities. So we have different ways, and I've been talking about the offline upload. Okay, this is, I can show you later. Let's go into a single line. Okay, so on this one, common name, botanical name, description of the commodity is something that you can search in the system. Within the gens, we have the entire EPO database. And so you can search the EPO database, and you can also customize. Let me show you something. So if I search, for example, for, I don't know, you tell me, palm, typical. So, sorry, let me just put the star here. Okay, so you will get the combination of the common name and the botanical name. So the common name and the botanical name are the same for the Latin entry, because of course they are, you know, the botanical name. But then you can, for example, talking about Spanish, you can pick the right one in Spanish and then have the corresponding botanical name. Now, I'll show you later, all of this can be configured. For example, if in the EPO database you find, I don't know how many languages, you can see here, because these are extracted from the EPO database. You see, I mean, Turkish, Ukrainian, Chinese, but you're not going to search for those commodities. So you can restrict. This is a setting in the system so that the people can be focused on the languages that they actually use. Okay. And the description of the commodity, by default, what is the description of the commodity? By default, this is in the gens associated with the, this is a required field in the phytosanitary certification. And then you have planned part, condition, and intended use. So I'm just going to select something, bulbs, condition, let's type fresh. I like fresh. And intent of use, planting, right? And you have the quantity here that you can specify, the net weight, the gross weight. So I'm just going to be quick here to put kilograms. All of this that you see, the unit of measures, they are also configurable. So you can say which one you want to see in the certificate. And of course, you can specify other. So this will be sent as a text into the XML. Then we have options to define the different packaging. You can compose the packaging. For example, you can make one, I don't know, bag, and then add of one box, and then add. So you can compose the packaging. You can say, you know, how it is packaged, or you can use the free text, or you can say bulk. Let's use bulk, and then add additional distinguishing marks. Okay, place of origin. This is another important area of the gens and actually area of the phytosanitary certificate that my personal view need to improve. But what we have basically is by default, of course, is going to be assigning the country that that I'm using. But I can specify a country, and then I can say, the whatever. I can add different origin, and I can put them one after the other. Disinfestation and treatment. So I think this is another important element. So most of the countries, all the countries, are actually using this as a text. They just write there, the different. So you see, in the JEDs you have the option to structure the information. For example, I'm adding a temperature treatment done tomorrow, and forgive me if I'm writing something nonsense, for the duration of 15 minutes at a temperature of 60 degrees. Am I promoted? Is it good or not? So, and then you can add also the active ingredients that could be used for that treatment with the concentration and everything else, and additional information. So when you confirm the treatment, then this is recorded in the system. When this goes on the other side, this is then composed into a text. All of this is done automatically by the gens. Okay, import permit number. I think you know better than me. Propose inspection date and time. Okay, this is something that also very important, is that I have the option to indicate when I could be ready for the inspection as a company, because you have to think that this is also available for the company, right? And the place of inspection. So this field actually is also available in the company registration, in the company record. So the company can maintain, let's say, a site that they use typically for the inspection. And so this will be automatically picked from the company, the selected company in the certificate. So this was another, let's say, late announcement that we did. Now, the proposed inspection date will be, of course, a proposed inspection, and yeah, you can also set up the time there. Okay, let's talk about additional declarations. So, additional declarations, as you can see, you have already, let's say, some pre-built declarations, and also some, let's say, default declarations. So they are made available for the users within the administration. That section that I showed you before will have also the additional declaration list where you can add the specific declaration. Now, the announcement that was done here, and there is another one that is parked there because it's let's say, it's also difficult to understand how to implement, is that the gens will show, as you see highlighted here, the declarations for the country, the destination country. So you can configure some pre-built declarations for that country, which is like specifically in some cases could help. And then of course you have the text here, and then you can change and revise the text, of course. So this can be added one after the other. You can add more, and you can import from previous. So let's say that this is not the first commodity, then you can import from another line. You can also add additional official phytosanitary information. Not going to do it, and save the line. So now at this stage, we have a certificate that is almost ready to be issued, actually, because we have all the information there. We have the commodity line, we have the consignment, everything is there. So in theory, I could submit directly, for the inspection of this. You see this button is available for administrators, so they can actually review the XML. This could be useful to understand how the XML is gone. Maybe you go in, maybe issued, ePhytos, especially when you get some, feedback from another country, maybe. Anyway, this is like a administrative button. It's not available by default. And then you have the print, which is, let me just print it for you. It is a draft at this stage. You can see the template. Interestingly, we have 2 templates to select. This is the most popular, let's say. And of course, it's watermark with the test only and everything else. So okay, that's a preview, let's say. Now, let me talk about the attachments. So the gens store the attachments for each certificate request. Those attachments could be relevant to the certificate request as per the MPPO process, maybe not to be shared on the other side, right? So you have the option here to upload I don't know, a type of document. Let me see what I can upload. Maybe this one. And let me see if I can upload the PNG. Okay, perfect. So there is a system setting, a feature that automatically bring the attachment into the ePhyto. So this was requested by one country. It makes sense because it's simplified. You don't forget it, right? If you have a good process for the people doing the certificate request, then you can tell them, put only the attachments that we are going to share. Then it doesn't make sense for you to move them from one side to the other. But then you can select to exclude the attachment from the ePhyto that goes on the other side. And of course, this has some limitations. So the 3 megabyte is a limitation for sharing on the other side. 12 megabyte is for retaining the attachment for the certificate request. And this has a cost, so I think you should be careful. So a cost for us, not for you at this stage. So submit the certificate. I'm going to submit it. The system is asking if I'm done. And here you go. So this now becomes pending review. So we are at the next step, right? So if I go here, I should be able to see my pending as an inspector. In this case, I can see this link because I am also an inspector, and I can see the certificate there pending for me. I can go inside the certificate as an inspector, and automatically you see, not immediately, that the status is changed to under review. So because when the inspector goes inside, automatically assign to this inspector the certificate. But then of course you can set this inspection back to pending, let's say, and then this will be assigned, left there pending, and somebody else can take care. Or of course everything is available. Now you see the new tab that we had here, and then we will check the billing in one sec. So actually let's check it now because we are there. What is the billing? It's basically a way to charge for the inspection costs. And this can be done at any stage of the inspection. It's not stopping, let's say, an inspection, but you can set up the system to stop issuing if you don't have the payment confirmed. And you can review the exporter information because, of course, the system will send them the bill to be paid. You can add other entries. Now, why we have this specific entries already created? because those entries have been set up in the system, and you can set up this from the administration. It's another setting to have those lines by default in all the certificates. For example, you apply a standard cost for all the inspection, then you can have a single line, cost of inspection. That's it. The element there, and then you can add additionally, right? You can add something different for in terms of I don't know. Let's put here 888 and then description. Get Gianluca on the site, and then the default price is like $1. Okay, you wish. so this will be like added to the billing, and then you can of course select the billing entry and add a billing entry there. You have two different ways. So once you do, let's say, the billing, and once again, you can configure the system to use the billing or not. It's totally for you. It's an additional feature. It's not part of the phytosanitary, information, but it's something that might help you. Okay, so okay, I'm gonna submit the bill as well. Okay, so, and this will be written here, has been submitted. The notification has been sent now to the exporter. The exporter will receive the bill. It should go to potentially to the office or the cashier or the online system, do the payment, and then eventually the bill will be confirmed as paid. Just a jump on this history is basically giving you the history, and we have here a functionality that is a bit old that we kept there for messaging. For example, you can message the author of the certificate to say, did you receive the bill? And then they will eventually get that message. But anyway, this is not much in use. So going back here, the next step is actually to conduct the inspection. So we did the fine tuning of these screens, and lately to actually simplify the way that we have it in the user interface. We can confirm the inspection date and time, and the percentage that was inspected. What is the exclude? So we have an option here in the gens to exclude one line from the certificate. Okay, in this case, I have only one line. I will not exclude it. But previously, when there was, for example, one line was good, but the other one was not good, then the gens didn't allow to keep history of that line and just exclude it from the issuing. So the people needed to go back and then remove the line. So now you can do that, and then you can save and apply, let's say, the inspection. Yeah, sorry, I have to select the line as well. Okay, so it is now recording the fact that was inspected, and optionally you can add the findings. The harmful organism is actually coming from EPO as well. So we have the entire EPO database also here, and the action that was taken for the finding. So it can be more detailed, of course. And all of this is again into that reference data that I'm gonna go. So I can request a change. So if I request a change, this will be sent back in a draft to the company or to whoever was requesting the certificate, and then ask to do the change. Or I can just submit for issuance. In all the cases, if I do a change request or reject, then this goes back to the, let's say, to the view where you have all the draft. And I think another very important feature of the gens. You can copy. You know, you can select a line and copy. You can create a certificate as a copy. This is, you know, useful if you do constantly the same sort of certificates. Okay, so now we have basically the certificate that is ready for issuance. And I'm going to go inside as an officer in this case. So as an officer, I can see the button to actually issue or reject. Let me issue the ePhyto. As you see here, the system is taking that place of issue that is related to the office, the name of the officer, my name, the date of issuance. I can change that. But then is already listing here that Albania and this 00 ICC test is going to receive an electronic certificate. Why? Because at this stage, and this is important for the people developing the national systems, the gens does pull from the hub the information from all the connections there. And based on the settings of the connection, then it can give you this view. So that the gens will not send to a country that is not in the hub, or even if it is in the hub, that is not enabling receiving, because those are settings. You will see that in the hub. Okay. And so confirm. Okay, I'm just going to issue this one. Are you sure you want to issue the certificate? Yes, okay. Perfect. So the certificate is issued, and we have a certificate, official certificate, electronically sent. Now the context with you guys is the first one that is able to get this QR code and verify that this is working. Sì, sì. See, works. Immediately. So basically the QR code, you scan the QR code and then you get exactly the same version. So let's say that this is in paper in the hands of somebody on the other side and the QR code works, then they can immediately scan and look, is it the same? Did you change something? Was it tampered? So basically as a verification measures for the gens, you have the QR code plus. When the QR code is not available, then you have the way to get the PC number. Let's try to do this as well. Gracias por su conexión. ¿Eh? Está trabajando perfectamente. So let's see if we can find the same certificate. Certificate number. Let's close this. Wait. Here it is. What do we need there? We need the certificate number, the place of issue. It's Santo Domingo, I remember, but I want to copy it. No, let's type it. Is it easier? Of course, the UAT version does put a watermark that is a test only, of course. And then the date is 29/08/23. 29/08/2023. Okay, I'm not a robot yet. And you see, I'm now able to download the certificate. Okay, this feature is basically available in some national system already, and is also available in the gens. If I don't type the right message here, I won't. Like, this is a bug. I shouldn't get to the file. This one is going to be like a tough moment for the developer on Monday. Yeah. So, okay. Anyway, so those are the verification. I think the QR code is the best one, because then you have it there. And all right. So let me just refresh here. Let's see. Maybe we need to log in again. So we issued something for this country, right? And yeah. Yeah, let's go into the, give me 1 second. I will show you about these other, points there. So I'm going into the import certificate and view all. And then, you know what? I can see, thankfully, because I did put the point of entry, otherwise it would be like very cryptic for me. And also the consignee name, actually. But anyway, so this is like received from the same gens. What happened here is that the gens sent this to the hub, and in this case, the same gens instance went to the hub and pulled the certificate. So if I open this from this point, I will go into the import inspection now. So this is the import view. Okay, before we do this, let's go back. Now, we are at this stage, we have issued to this other country the certificate, and we want to check, was this delivered? Is it with the country? Oh, good. Okay, so we have a list, actually, of the messages and the envelopes that have been generated for that certificate. And you see that we have actually 2 different messages. One for the 00, which was the destination country. And it is delivered, yes, of course, because I have seen it already on the other side of the system. But then, sorry, I have the one to Albania. Why do I have the one to Albania? See, the first that answer win a cocktail, or a tequila shot, I should say, or a rum shot. Yes, you are booking yourself for the tequila shot, but not for. Espera que tengo. I need my translation. I have it. Oh, here it is. Please repeat. Sorry.
Cuando usted inició la prueba, seleccionó este país desde el otro perfil.
Okay, the first answer is that when I started to create the ePhyto, I selected Albania.
Albania.
Albania. Where did I select it? I know. Now it's getting worse.
Donde estaba seleccionando la primera opción, no el origen, sino desde donde usted estaba haciendo el lugar de donde iba a salir el certificado.
Oops. Yes. So I selected Albania as a country, transit country, actually. So the system automatically, because Albania apparently is configured in this version of the hub, this test version of the hub, as connected and receiving, then I have the envelope that is sent to them. But then see, the system is saying to me is pending delivery. Okay, we will discuss more about this status, this tracking information of the delivery in the afternoon when we go in the hub. But then the gens, user and administrator can go directly and say, okay, where is this? And on top of that, I think it's also important we share this information with the country. If there is a warning message for example, happened in the past that we had the movement code that the countries could insert their own. But this was breaking the schema. So we didn't, we made it very open at the time. And so we were getting responses from, countries saying, okay, this code is not there, it's wrong. So you will get a message here with different tracking info. But anyway, we'll discuss later on with the hub. What happened if, for example, and again, this is part of the hub, if this envelope will stay in the hub for 5 days, at the end of the 5 days, this will change into not delivered. So, I mean, it could be that the system is in maintenance on the other side, and then you as administrator in the gens can actually resend the envelope. Okay, so this once again is to empower the users and the administrator to take actions in case there are problems. Okay, so this is once again the certificate. We issued the certificate. Now you see here that I have additional 2 buttons, the withdraw and the replacement. We touched this point, when we were discussing yesterday about a change. If I needed to change something in the certificate, will I go and just change the information and reissue it? Yes, but this is basically a replacement. And what is the replacement? Is basically withdrawing the original certificate and then sending the new one. So for example, let's do the replacement. So I go here and say, okay, I want to have a replacement for this because they call me and they say that something was wrong and in some distinguishing marks, let's say, I'm just making it up. And so changing the M and then the date of the replacement is actually today, and then I will change something like just for test, and save and submit. What happened is basically that the gens has created the replacement. You see draft replacement here. It's not anymore a draft, it's a draft replacement. And I have the reference to the original certificate, of course, that I can open and review. And then, okay, gave already a certificate number that will be different from this one, right? Which was the original. All this information goes in the XML, is displayed on the other side. And then I can submit. So basically the flow will go exactly the same. It will go into the submit. Insert a comment. We are here in Santo Domingo having fun. And so now it goes into, you see, now you see the 2 certificates, right? So you see the certificate replacement request, then you see the other one under replacement. Okay, another ram shot for whoever can describe what is the difference between one and the other. Which is the original one? The first one. You miss it. But okay, the first one is actually the request for replacement. The second one is the original. So this is under replacement. This is, okay. I hope that I'm not wrong, because otherwise it would be very embarrassing. So the replacement request now is just waiting for the approval. What will happen? Let's approve it. At this time, they are not working in, well, no, they are working, still working, but okay, let's do another issuance, okay? So the system will then issue a new certificate, which is a replacement now. Let me show it. Okay. And yeah, this certificate to replace and cancel this one issued on that day. And you know, with the, of course, with the change there. And then you see the difference. The first one is now issued. The second one is replaced. Let's go in. Sorry? Yes. Let's go in the replaced one. This will help us also to understand the app. You see now, I have more. Envelopes, because on this one, which is the replaced, the original one that has been replaced, I have the withdraw. So on the other side, the country is receiving a new message that say, look, this one, cancel, finish, and kalas. And then on this, let me go back. I have only two, fortunately. And then on the issued one, I have, of course, the same situation as the other one, where I still see the two envelopes, and I can see that, you know, the hub already, well, the gens in this case already pull and acknowledge, you will see later on. So if I go back to my import certificates, then I have, you know, all the history here actually. So that one has been withdrawn now, and this is the issued. Okay. Let's go in the certificate request just to complete withdraw request. When I do the withdraw, then the request will go here so that we can go directly there. Replacement request is the replacement request, so they will be logged here so that I can go specifically. Oh, there is a replacement request. Where do I find it? Okay, let me go directly to this view because it's specialized. Country response we'll talk later. And then deleted. There is an option there in the gens to delete certificates, but actually the deletion is a logical deletion. It doesn't go away from the system. It is kept there so that you can eventually restore it or create a copy or. Okay, so this is the certificate requests, and we covered, let's say, the export. Any question, guys? I want to make it interactive. I want to get your energy because, yes.
¿El XML del reemplazado lo tienes?
Sí,
Para ver la clave que se
sí, claro. Ahora mismo, vamos a ver. So the issue certificate is here, and you can view the XML. Right, so let me just open it. Let's see if I can open it here. In this, oh no, but I don't want to open with this. It will take a while. Let me open it with another one. Okay, so this is the XML, and let me open it in this way. So this is exactly the XML that goes on the other side. In this case, it's a replacement, so we should have also some replacement. You see the mode code that I was talking before. You know, some fields are coded, so it could be previewed on the other side in a different way. But then others are text. For example, description, as I told you, goes by default to the common name, the scientific name, or the botanical name, intent of use, and the packaging information, additional information. Okay, this was just a test. So, and then yeah, that's the XML, the original country, the name of the area. I think interesting, we should see the UN low code here. Exactly. You see, this is the UN law code. So the UN law code is basically a composition between the ISO 2 for the country plus the code for the city. So this is internationally known as my city, where I will land eventually on Thursday. You wanted to see some specific elements here?
Quería ver nada más el país de tránsito. Estaba viendo que ya viene ahí arriba.
Sí, está
¿Algunos productos pasan más de un país de tránsito? ¿Puede colocarse ahí o es únicamente un solo tag?
Sorry. Thank you. Yeah. Yes. So yes. Absolutely. So multiple transit countries. In fact, you can see this also in the gens. You know, let's go and create here. I can put okay, Albania, Albania. I can put more than one, right? And all of this will be in the XML. There are several places in the XML where the schema allows for multiple entries. Transit country is one of them. Any other questions, guys? Before we move on, and you drive me if we have to go to the coffee break. You stop me, okay? You guys tell me. Look, Gianluca, stop. Please.
Sí, bueno, buenos días a todos, todas. ¿Ha habido alguna experiencia en relación a la declaración adicional que sobrepase los caracteres que están establecidos en ese campo? Ese uno. Dos, bueno, cuando Nicaragua inicie ese proceso, ¿verdad? La transmisión o el uso del sistema genérico, ¿verdad? No, estuve visualizando o estuve comparando cada uno de los campos, ¿verdad? Que están establecidos en el certificado fitosanitario, pero en la parte que tiene que ver con el tratamiento cuarentenario, con el tratamiento fitosanitario, la información está seguido. Caso nosotros, pues lo tenemos lógicamente separado. Cuando ya logremos quizás, digamos, también hacer uso de nuestro sistema nacional, al hub, ahí tendríamos que, lógicamente, hacer los debidos ajustes necesarios para poder comunicarnos entre los sistemas.
Okay, so let me answer the first one. So in terms of additional declarations, we codified in the ePhyto mapping 8,000 characters. So it's pretty much. Although it could be that you know, it's not sufficient it might not be sufficient in this case, but so there are also other options. But I don't, let's say options that I don't like to push is to use the attachments, you know, where you have an attachment that can describe and be annexed into the ePhyto, but probably not the best ways. So I believe let me just show you the additional declarations, sorry, in the reference data. So everything that we have seen in the ePhyto where we could select is actually coming from this list, and we have the additional declarations here. So you can add your own, and then when you select, you know, when you have a specific declaration for a country, then you can add, let's say this is specific for, I'm saying the Emirates, and then okay, it could be also for Albania, and then, you know, that declaration will be highlighted. So what is in the roadmap, what is in the future of the gens, which is difficult, I will say, because we have the experience of many countries that are trying to do this, and it's not easy, is to associate an additional declaration to the commodities, right? Because that would be perfect. You have commodities and countries, and then you can associate them to the commodities. So we just have to find a way to describe that set of commodities into some sort of product description, something that we can have many, because we are talking about I don't know now, 35,000, 60,000. You know, it's a large database of different common names and botanical names. So, okay, going back to the other questions, the treatments. So in the treatment, as I show you in the certificate, let me open it back. And then you help me and you tell me whether I understood correctly. So the you can add more than one treatment, and then you know, build let's say the treatment information also with different type of treatments that you have, and all the information. But in the end, on the other side, let me go into the XML. It should be there. Exactly. So the treatments, well, the gens also does send this information in the XML with you know, the specific treatment defined. But this is rare. This is only the gens doing that. I can tell you most of the countries are using just text. You know, even the ones that are advanced, they just write the treatment there. So the gens give you the option to actually structure this information. I hope I answered the question. Sí.
Muy buenos días. Tengo una consulta. En el caso de los países de tránsito, si algún país de tránsito no está utilizando, un ejemplo, o está conectado a ePhyto, ¿qué pasa? Y también qué pasa en el caso de que también coloquen un país de tránsito que está en prueba, está haciendo pruebas, también le llega esa prueba que se está mandando a su plataforma. Gracias.
Absolutely. Thank you. So the okay, definitely. I'll start with the second one. Definitely, here you see 00-UAT corresponds to, and so from this gens, I could send, and we can call Christian in the US. I can send the certificate to their testing system, and they receive it actually. So if the country is already enabled, because they have some sort of flagging. So definitely, so you can go on board of a test with any country that is in the app, and they will receive it even if it is in testing. You know, for the transit countries that are not in the app, what would be the difference? It would be basically that, let me just open so that I can visualize to you. So if you go here, see, for example, Albania, oh, now they, you know, I don't know, probably we have another gens instance there that pulled the data, but you know, this information is not going to be there if the country is not on the app. When we went to the issuing screen, you have seen 2 rows, right? And there was one row saying, well, both of them were electronic certificate. It will be that the other one will be paper-based certificate. So you will need to send it if you need to send it. So yeah, please.
Nada más para aclarar, los perfiles que tiene el GENS, el exportador como tal puede subir su solicitud, o qué perfiles, para tenerlo bien claro, tiene el GENS, porque hay una parte donde se captura y dentro de esa captura viene todo, incluyendo las declaraciones adicionales, y nos mostraste la parte donde el oficial únicamente autoriza el certificado, pero parte de las declaraciones adicionales son las que el oficial tiene que validar y corregir o actualizar dependiendo de la mercancía. Entonces, en esa parte, existe el perfil del exportador para que él suba esa parte. Y en el caso, por ejemplo, de México, que ya lo hacemos con ventanilla única, un exportador tiene la posibilidad de que él es muy frecuente exportar 15, 20 embarques, 30 embarques por día a otro país, y le damos la opción de que haga una carga masiva de solicitudes. Entonces yo creo que también por ahí podríamos ir planteando que a lo mejor el GENS tenga una carga masiva de solicitudes.
Yeah, that's a very good question and probably something to put in the roadmap. So, okay, let me summarize. So the company has, let's say, access to the certificate. Based on the settings, the MPPO can enable or not the company to insert the additional declaration there, right? So this is a setting because some MPPO wants to take care of the declaration at the MPPO office before issuing and not, receiving something from the company. But there is the option to allow them to have that sort of information also included. And of course, when it goes to the inspection and the officer, both of the roles can change everything on the certificate. So they are not just approving, they can go and change the information. So let's say that in terms of the bulk upload, we don't have a bulk upload of certificate requests. We have the only option for certificate request is basically two, copy. So I can go in the system, select the request, and create one as a copy, and then I get everything already there. So if that could simplify, let's say, the company for creating multiple requests. We don't have it yet. We have a request which is broader request anyway, is to have APIs exposed to public, let's say, to be used in the gens, so that eventually, a company can automate on their side. The other point where we have offline is this add offline commodity. Let me just show you, because this, I didn't touch base on this. So basically this will enable the company, or whoever is creating the request, to download the existing commodities as an Excel. Right? There it is. And so I can then, change something here. Say, okay, I'm just going to change this to, all right. And then save it. I need to save it somewhere. Wait a minute. Okay. And then upload it back. So I can then work offline and create all the lines, and then upload it back into the system, and have those changes performed. Import permit number must be numeric. Packaging information is required. Okay, these are errors that are shown from the Excel. This is something else that we need to look at it. Yeah. But in theory, you have the option to send it back. Yeah, because the import permit here is absolutely not. Could be like alphanumeric. Other questions, please.
Buenas. No, un comentario acá hacia la pregunta de Ramón, no sé si la comprendí bien, pero justamente allí donde estamos ahora en commodity, es bueno saber que un exportador puede añadir, después que está allí, le das add y puedes añadir otro producto. Y a ese producto, si tendría un tratamiento diferente al primero, también tienes la opción de cargarle el tratamiento que aplique a ese producto. Lo hemos hecho, no sé, con muchos productos. No sé si Gianluca nos dirá si tiene algún límite, pero el formato en PDF, que es el que siempre verificamos, dándole print. Allí tú vas viendo cómo se van corriendo y se van acomodando producto tras producto con toda la información que necesita. Y lo otro, que sí, ya lo comentó Gianluca a la pregunta de Delfino, es la opción de copiar, que eso, con esa opción, los exportadores compran la herramienta, ¿no? Porque ellos siempre, el tiempo para ellos es muy valioso, entonces generalmente los exportadores trabajan con un número tienen sus consignatarios, sus compradores ya definido, cuestión es que solamente le dan copy a la solicitud y cambian los datos que ameritan para la operación esa, y eso camina muy rápido porque son muy pocos los datos que necesitan cambiar. Lo otro es lo de hop tracking, lo de la trazabilidad en el hop. Algunos países que no están conectados al hub, el estatus se queda en pendiente de delivery o que la entrega ha fallado, ¿no? Entonces ahí es donde uno realmente verifica qué ha sido del certificado que ha emitido en el país. Gracias.
Yeah, thank you so much. So yes, you summarize in a very nice form the different options. You also have the option to copy the line, so to duplicate that line and then just change what you need there. Now, as a strategy, most of the information goes, in the ePhyto, you have the document, the consignment, the header, let's say, part, and then each line has some information that could be at the document level or in the line. So as a strategy in the gens, we're trying to use always the line because this is more granular. And so we don't have that sort of, was it this at the line level or at the document? So try to keep it simple, basically. So if you copy this line, for example, you can keep the same import permit because it's part of that maybe, and then just add change the common name or change the treatment that you did on that specific line. So yeah, thank you. Other questions, please.
Gracias. Tengo dos preguntas. Una, ¿cuántos productos se pueden incluir en un certificado que vaya para el mismo consignatario? Y la segunda es, cuando se está elaborando el certificado, en la inspección, ¿por qué se puso 20%? Ese en el certificado que ya se elaboró.
Yes. Okay. So in terms of limit, there are no limits. The only limit would.
Sí, sí se escucha, Nelson. A nuestra comunidad virtual les pedimos las disculpas del caso. Tuvimos un impasse con el sonido, pero ya recuperamos. Así que retomamos, no para que no piensen que se han perdido algo, no hemos hablado nada durante todos estos 2 minutos. Así que retomamos con la pregunta de Nicaragua. Adelante, Nicaragua, por favor.
Sí.
All right.
Aló, 1, 2.
Perdón, Nicaragua. Creo que todavía no habíamos finalizado la consulta de Teodoro del Salvador. Entonces, previo a Nicaragua, tenemos el comentario de Gianluca. Adelante, Gianluca, por favor.
Okay, there were 2 questions, just to summarize. So the first one was on the number of commodities, and yeah, we don't have any limit on that. The limit of the ePhyto as a single XML data in the hub is 104 megabytes. Don't tell me why 104. It was a joke in the ESG members, and yeah. So that's the only limit, let's say. So if you, of course, adding a lot of attachments and things to that sort of size, on top of having the slow of downloading and uploading, although for the gens is invisible, but yeah, you will have that limitation. Then help me. The other question was, yeah, on the inspection. So on the inspection, I actually inserted that 20%. I didn't, I can show you again. So let me just submit and then do, it was updated. I need to, sorry, open it again. Okay. Yeah, sometimes concurrency control works, but I doubt there was somebody else working. And then, okay, pending review. So conduct inspection, right? So that 20%, I basically inserted. It didn't. It came here because I did this in the past, and so sorry for that. Because actually, you have to type here. You can say that you have you did an inspection on 5% of the entire thing. So, and then once you do that, of course, if you have multiple lines and you want to report a single inspection outcome, I just put something like documentation error, harmful, no, nothing, and here inspected and released, partially released. You can put all these fields and then apply them on the lines. So you can do for all the lines maybe one single reporting, and then yeah, and then go maybe on a specific line to say, okay, look, this line, I'm going to exclude it, right? So I can exclude it, but just selecting the line and then exclude and then save and apply. So this basically, this certificate, I mean, this will not be issued because there is no line. But you can mark, let's say, that line not to be included into the final ePhyto that is issued, but still keep that as a reference so that in time you can see where are the problems, or you can do some sort of reporting, right? So that was the idea. An additional note on the inspection is that we are working on the inspection report. So there will be also an inspection report that will be generated and provided in the system as a PDF. And also the option, I think, let me see, because it probably is already there for the import. This is a testing site, so it could be that we have, okay, we just, yeah, so you can actually add attachments to the inspection. This was also another element that was introduced. But this is in the import inspection, right? It's practically the same. If I conduct the inspection, in the end, the screen is almost the same. I can record and then approve or reject. We can go then more in the details of that approve or reject. But before I continue here, There was another question, right? Please go ahead.
Adelante, Ramón. Sí, gracias. Sí, volviendo al tema, ¿verdad?, de tratamiento fitosanitario, vamos a suponer que en el documento, en el sistema genérico, voy a hacer un envío de 10 productos. Hay productos que llevan tratamiento, ¿verdad? Hay otros que no. Pero como miré, ya es meramente el certificado que sale, ¿verdad?, de forma, digamos, seguida. Se puede visualizar esa información de ese tratamiento que apliqué al producto, considerando que llevo o estoy exportando 10 productos. Ese es uno. Otra cosa, ya en la práctica, a nivel de Centroamérica, de los países que están ya utilizando el sistema genérico, ¿cómo están haciendo en este caso con la aduana, con la Dirección General de Aduana, que siempre cuando hay un producto sale de nuestro país, un envío se va, siempre le solicita el certificado fitosanitario, porque, bueno, ya ellos, la aduana por experiencia, saben qué producto requiere, digamos, el pasaporte para yo hacer el envío de ese producto de origen vegetal. Gracias.
Okay, so okay, let's start from the first one. Definitely is something that I probably understand better now what you're referring. So here in the commodities, you don't have at this stage the information about the treatment here. So you're not seeing that fast. Only if you go inside, you can see that there is a treatment that you can eventually remove. So for example, in the case, let me copy this one and then go inside and remove the treatment, then save it. I don't see this information in this list. I can only see this in the, I believe, in the print. Right. Sorry, because they are excluded. You're right. Now we have more. Okay. Include, save, include, save. Okay, so let's print this again. Okay. Okay, so you see that, you know, we should have 2 lines. Exactly. See that basically the first line has the treatment here. Second line does not. So this is the way to review, and it's probably even the best way because you want to see what you are printing out, right? To review where the treatments are applying. But once again, I think it's a good change request, you know. When you start, especially in, let's say Nicaragua is starting to, you know, use the gens, and I think in that first phase, you're there that you want to answer to the users to say, okay, they say, but this is not this way. So you have the option to raise those requests, and we'll try to do as much as we can to implement them, just to give them the users the sense that they are supported. So yeah, we welcome all the change requests.
Me gustaría escuchar si a nivel de Centroamérica, los colegas o la autoridad competente, ¿verdad? En relación a lo que están utilizando específicamente el sistema genérico, ¿cómo están haciendo con aduana? Es decir, ¿será que le entregan en físico también al exportador para presentárselo a las autoridades de aduana que ese producto, que ese envío está ya listo o ya con la firma actualizada de la autoridad competente?
Buena pregunta. Empezamos con Rubén, por favor.
Sí, gracias. Bueno, a veces todos estamos juntos, pero también a veces tampoco todos no vamos en la misma dirección, ¿no? A nivel de autoridades locales. En el caso de Panamá, pues nosotros, aduanas, vamos a decirlo así, ha comprendido que el certificado fitosanitario de exportación es un requisito que pide el país de destino, ¿no? Porque ustedes todos conocemos eso, que a través del certificado se avala la condición fitosanitaria, la calidad fitosanitaria del envío, y que eso generalmente es de interés para el país de destino. De forma tal que para efectos estrictamente de trámites aduanales, aduanas no solicita el certificado fitosanitario como un documento para decir, bueno, no, eso, y es una de las cuestiones que, pues, a nivel de Centroamérica nos ha costado hacernos entender, ¿no? El certificado fitosanitario es una medida, entonces, siempre nos hemos mantenido manifestados en contra de que ese documento de índole fitosanitaria se vincule a temas aduaneros. Entonces, la autoridad aduana sí verifica que todo lo que ingresa a los puertos y que va a salir cumplan con otros procedimientos. Por ejemplo, que sean empresas que están registradas en la autoridad competente.
Recording in progress.
Se haya inspeccionado, ¿verdad? Se haya inspeccionado y haya cumplido con los requisitos que pide, que solicita el país de destino. Entonces, le damos esa opción, porque ¿qué pasa con esos trayectos largos de 40, 45, 50, 50 hasta 50?
Even 50 days for maritime measures, the exporter changes. They can sell the product 2-3 times, and therefore it changes the consignee. So all these situations, I think they were properly foreseen by JENS, because JENS gives us the opportunity to maintain the request pending at the draft level. When some shipping companies or the exporter are too strict, the exporter has the option of printing the draft and saying, hey, the authority knows this is being handled, and they can print when it's in draft, when it has been inspected, when it is about to be issued. And that's an element to properly verify the ability of this tool is more than demonstrated, and it works for different scenarios. Fantastic comment.
Just to actually complement. So the certificate on hold is like this feature is there from a long time. It was envisioned in the first workshop of the JENS, basically to give a feature to go through all the steps and then set it on hold, like what you're saying. But you found the workaround using the draft, which is I'm really appreciating hearing the countries how they're using the JENS. So and now going back to where here we are collaborating. Each country you can collaborate easily, right? You can have an expert let's say from Panama to go into Nicaragua, no? And tell them, guys, you can do this and that, and help them in ramping up the system. This is the power of having, the region workshop and the collaboration across the countries. So I'm really appreciating. I need to take some notes as well, because you are bringing back some old changes that are there, and we can see what we can do.
Adelante, Carmen Estrada, del MAGA Guatemala.
And Carmen.
Recording in
We'll talk
progress.
about the channels later on. It will
hay
show
una
you
persona solo
the
en
way
eso.
that you can synchronize a custom system with what you're issuing automatically.
Había dicho que no, pero sí, tengo.
I had said no, but I have two more questions that I wouldn't want to leave here without clarifying that, Gianluca, taking the opportunity you're here with us. You mentioned you were going to talk a bit more about country responses, so like to keep that in mind. And about that recent improvement in gens, about linking to other authorities, to other entities that could very well be customs authorities. It could be other platforms, also other regional platforms even. I would like to keep that fresh in our heads to clarify, please.
Yes, we will discuss later. Basically, the flow that I will take is to go through the import, and then how the country can give that response. So I can show you the country response. And then later in the afternoon, we'll touch base on the channels, so the integration with the custom systems. And yeah.
Sí, adelante, ingeniero Teodoro González del MAC de
González from El Salvador for the minister. Yes, thank you. It caught my attention what our colleague here was mentioning from Panama. When there's a product overseas, right, maritime, and it is a long way, and the system gives the opportunity to make changes on the consignee, or I don't know if you can change the country, the destination country too. If you can change the destination country, is there experiences that you can change that? If that's the case, maybe it wouldn't match the original declaration that other country requires. Do you have that experience, or just consignee changes? Of course, of course. Well, the important point here, or what I'm trying to express, is the versatility the system offers, right? But the system gens, as we like to say on training sessions at a national scale, this platform doesn't change any technical procedure. Sometimes our staff, they say, well, the engineer told me that with gens we are going to modify this or that. No, the technical procedure and the principles, let's say, that apply for international standards on phytosanitary rule 12 are of mandatory nature. You can see it in gens in your own system, or if you do it manually, that doesn't change. So matters like changing the country, the application allows you to do that. But obviously, if you do that, the requirements, the import requirements, the phytosanitary requirements for imports, they vary from country to country. So those are aspects that the platform doesn't prevent you to do it, but the international standard principles are clear about it. So like Gianluca said, we're not robots yet. So that's where the human rights say, I can do that, I cannot do this. These are minor changes, let's say consignments, sometimes exporters. They noticed that after they went through the weight of the port, the number of boxes were different, something changed. So those things are decisions we can make and that the tool allows us to modify. Ina from Baja, Belize.
Yes, thank you, Gianluca.
Gracias.
In Belize for non-commercial products. For example, the post office. The post office wouldn't allow us to send a plant product without a physical phytosanitary certificate. So there would still be occasions where we need to print out the actual document, or for example, the couriers, FedEx would not without a phytosanitary certificate. So that is our experience.
Complement the comments of Panama. In Mexico, the process we have of goods or commodities verification, if the requirement is similar, I don't need an additional check I just need a general check. We call it a general verification. We could, to support the exporter, we could replace the certificate. But if the requirement specifically demands a lab verification or treatment, it is impossible to change the document. And the cases where Mexico modifies certificates, it's only when we call them administrative changes. The importer changes, but it is the same country. Or in maritime cases, we have examples where it takes up to 30 days in the port, the merchandise to be assigned a ship. In those cases, we also leave the phytosanitary open because we need to add, in some cases, the shipment number to this merchandise. But we also have an example that we don't allow the verification for more than 30 days. For some cases, mostly seeds. In fruits and vegetables, no more than 7 days to a verification or inspection that was carried out. I think it is very important. I see very well that you leave some room open, but the inspections or verifications in Mexico happens that they think that the process of verification of compliance of requirements changes, but we tell them no, that is remains the same. It is only the process of requesting the certificate and the international process, but everything else is remains the same, just like the MPPO requires it. Manuel Duran, Dominican Republic, go ahead. Yes, it was a comment relating what our colleagues were discussing about the phytosanitary authority to issue the certificate and the consideration of other agencies that intervene in the process. In our case, the single window service for foreign trade grants the ministry as an agency the prerogative to determine what ministry, if it is what's going to happen with a plant shipment. Customs as such doesn't apply any type of demands for the exporter of documents. We are the ones that require from the exporter what they have to do regarding a given consignment. Around the other aspects being talked about on the room, let's say that the ePhyto certificate gives us regarding destination. I don't know, Gianluca, if we've been maybe too complacent or permissive in this sense, or if we could maybe reconsider, because and we added the fact that we can have an option to change the country because of what our colleague from Panama explained. Eric Cedeño of Phytosanitary Services of Costa Rica. Good morning. I'm going to make two observations to our colleagues from Nicaragua regarding customs. Our own system allows just to link customs, the phytosanitary certificate, as not a mandatory requirement, but to have traceability, let's say, of what customs can see, whatever is going to properly dispatch the container when they are going into ships, right? So they can be loaded. In the case of El Salvador, our system allows us to change the country because each country has different requirements. Even if the exporter says, hey, help us out, we cannot, as an authority, certificate something that is outside of our country. That would be counterproductive, right? So these are small changes, we can say. An importer, a weight that was not properly measured, but the load, the consignment itself is supposed to be inspected, complying with the requirements the country demands. So, and on that side, the system, we call it a revalidation. It allows the exporter to request from the phytosanitary authority to recheck or validate that field, to modify it and replace the original phyto for a second one. But the same 7 digits of the phyto are the last change. Thank you, Costa Rica. And Gianluca tells him we are halfway through the presentation, so maybe let's take 15 minutes to walk, take some coffee, and we come back in 15 minutes at 11:40 Dominican Republic time. Also, our colleagues online will be back in 15 minutes, so stand up, grab some coffee and water, and we'll be back in 15 minutes. Okay? Stay online, colleagues, and we'll be back in 15 minutes. Thank you, everyone.
Sí,
les favorezca. Dado el avance que hemos tenido, anteriormente habíamos indicado de que parte de lo que buscábamos con el ingeniero Robles, con Gianluca, es poder crear ese análisis o debate con relación a la experiencia que ya se tiene en los países. Además de la presentación, me parece que ese análisis ha sido muy enriquecedor. Así que los invitamos nuevamente a seguir con esa proactividad. Sin más preámbulos, continuamos con la presentación de Gianluca, que vamos por la mitad, parece. Así que continuamos y retomamos las preguntas y respuestas posterior a la presentación. Adelante, Gianluca.
Yeah. I mean, this part will be quicker, but then once again, I think we will need to discuss more. So what we have seen in the morning, it was basically the process around issuing an ePhyto, and then we could see that this goes to the hub as an electronic certificate, and then it gets eventually pulled, and it goes into the let's say import queue. So this is where we will start from in this session. So you can see basically the gens offer of course the option to list all the import certificates, all the XMLs that are actually sent to the hub. They automatically pull from the hub and then translated into certificates that are readable into the gens. So you see different links here or different menu. One is view all, and then you can search, and you can search only those that are received but not processed. Let's say those ones that we received but we didn't do the inspection, those that are processed, and then we will talk about the country response actually on the other side, and then you can see also just a view of those that are withdrawn. For example, we did the previously in the morning a withdraw, a replacement of a certificate, so I can see those ones that are withdrawn there. And actually, there is a functionality here that I can also archive, those certificates just to remove them from the view. I mean, here the work is of the import inspector. As the system at this stage, the system gives a role, which is a national role. So the import inspector will be able to see all the import certificates, regardless of the information that is inside. So let's go on one of them that we received this morning that I just did issue from the same system, but just issuing the same country. So as we previewed, this morning, we have immediately the certificate translated into a PDF version, which can be also downloaded. So the template that is used there, it's like a white template, of course, because this is actually should be like in the name of a country that is issuing. So it doesn't have logos and things like that. Then the information that we have here is about the certificate status. It's issued, and when it was received, the hub tracking info. This is redundant because it's delivered basically. But here you could see where the gens actually did find some warnings and send it back. We'll see this afternoon. This afternoon is going to be more technical on the hub, and you will see exactly what comes under the scenes. As you see here, the process result is success. What that means, these are all, let's say, administrative fields there that basically from the XML, the system was able to process the XML and produce the PDF. And then we have, the digital signature. Now, it's very important to notice that the gens support signing the XML, but at the same time supports also the verification of the signing. Now, in this process, the administrator, the GENS administrator, can decide which country we need to sign the XML. And typically, when we set it up, we configure by default with all the European countries. Then, of course, the administrator can add an additional country in the case we have that need. So similarly, when an XML is received, the GENS does verify also the signature. So in this case, there was no signature, but in other cases, it could be like valid or could be invalid. And then you have some additional country response and country response there. Let me go on that 1 second. And so this is the first tab with the PDF. Then you have the inspection details, which are recorded by doing the conduct inspection. And then you have, optionally, the import inspection attachments. So these attachments are just for the GENS, for the MPPO. They're not going anywhere. They just kept, attached to this certificate as was received, and it is within the system. So you see this button reprocess. Typically, what happened is that we put that button to reprocess the XML. And then extract the information. So it's an administrative button. You see that there, but it's not for the final user, let's say. And then, of course, you have the archive we have seen, and then the conduct inspection. So let's go into the conduct inspection. As you see here, you have the same screen. I mean, you don't have the exclude because you are not doing an exclusion on something that you have received. So let's say that I'm fine with this inspection. I'm just going to put here some additional percentage, and yeah, and then we're fine, all fine. And then apply this inspection. Sorry, I need to select the lines, save and apply. So now this information is reported in the system. Then what is the next step? You see these buttons, approve and reject. So they are there from the first implementation of the GENS, and we kept them there because we didn't want to change the flow. What will happen? Stay with me, because so if the country that is sending this ePhyto has declared in the hub that they are ready to receive a country response, then the system will, let's say, if I do approve here, will give me the option to send a country response. What is a country response? Let me just, I think I need to go back 1 second and find the right slide. I think it's in the app. 1 second. Yeah, here it is. Okay, let me share this. So the country response is nothing else but another XML, another type of document, which is also based on UNCFACT, but it is very small version. And what is the purpose of the country response? As you see here, there is a little bit of a workflow, a sequence diagram actually here. So the exporting country is sending the envelope on the other side. This is pulled by the importing country. Of course, they do everything that they need, they acknowledge the receipt. And then as a business, as the inspection goes inside, they want to send back a response to say, oh, this is satisfied, or this requires replacement, and add also the comment. So similarly, in the same way that the country is sending the ePhyto, so they will send
the SPS acknowledgement, which is the document name, or the XML name, right? So in this you will find basically few elements. Let's say this is a rejection, so it's 41 on the status, so the documentation is not compliant, so a comment, and then the reference to the certificate that was received, including the number. Okay. So just to additionally talk about country responses. So this is the structure of the document. It's a very simple document. It is like an SPS acknowledgement document with the issue date, the status quo, the information, and then the reference to the original certificate. Currently, we are supporting this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 status. So the 100 is basically an approval. It's good. 41 is rejected, and then I don't know in practice what will happen. Then the other ones are like more in terms of replacement, maybe. So it's not complete, or there is 17 is to request a replacement, and then this is basically to put it on hold, let's say, subject to querying. So this is the country response for everyone, for the gens and non-gens users. So the gens support this in the system, and you can see the different elements. So that's the certificate number. This certificate number is the one that we received, and the issue date is actually, it should be there. I don't know why it's not working. And then when we are sending the response. So in the approval, I can also select a different status, because it's still like approving, let's say, but maybe requesting a change. Okay. And then again, change to be done. And then send. So if I hit send here, this will be sent as a country response. And I should be seeing here the country response that I just sent. Okay, so we are, stay with me, because I don't want to confuse you. We are in the import side. Somebody sent us an ePhyto. We did the inspection, and we requested the sender, the country that is sending, for a change. Okay. So what will happen on the other side is that it depends, of course, on the system on the other side. So the gens should be showing, let's say, those certificates for which there is a country response and what is the status. So now I'm showing you the export side, right? So the response is back to the exporter from the importing country. It was a replacement as well. I can see the certificate, and I can do the replacement, or I can do the withdrawal, let's say. Questions? Because I know that this could be confusing. Let's go back to the diagram here. So
many countries have been saying, okay, what happened, when I receive a certificate and there is a problem, how do we take it forward? Call, email, how do we further react to a certificate that was issued and sent to us? So this feature is going to help countries to standardize the message back. Say, look, I receive it, satisfied. Okay, perfect. I receive it, there is an issue there. And then on top of that response, the exporting country, of course, can take actions. Today, the country response is only implemented in the GENS, and I know that US is working on it. Is also implemented in a New Zealand system, which we tested with when we did the first release, and probably others. But it's not widely, let's say, used. And so even like, presenting this for me, it would be great to also to hear your feedback about it. And yeah. Okay, let's continue, because then we can open for additional discussion, right? So let's digest what we have seen. So the certificate request we have reviewed. We have reviewed the import certificates, and when a certificate is received, he is here. When it is processed, it should be here, and then the withdrawn, if there are any withdrawn, the country responses. So all of them are links that should facilitate the import inspector to have a focus view. Now, the administration, I think, is very, very important. And that's where I would like to take more time. Both administration here and reference data are functionalities for the MPPO administrator. In my experience, life experience now, a good system is, of course, you need to develop things in the right way, and best practices and everything else. But if you don't have the support for the users, if you don't have somebody that is able to take ownership of the system and then tell everyone and support the users, especially in the first moment, then of course it's going to be more difficult, because that is part of the acceptance and also trust. So you have the user that is looking at the GENS, he has all the tools, but nobody told this users how to use it in the proper way, or how to work around, or maybe how to configure the system to make the better use. So I think this is a key element that countries, regardless national or GENS, they need to have some support people there. And so how we support the support, how we give, let's say, the tools to the administrators to actually support the system. Okay, let's start. Users. So I mean, in terms of users, we have the option, of course, to create new users here, assign roles. So I'm just gonna show you the screen of a user profile. It's a given name, surname, email. Of course, this is important because the email will be also the login. Whether they are active, they're receiving email notification. This is very important because email notifications are coming, and if this is disabled, then they will be out of the loop. The roles, which you can select from the different roles and then assign it to the person. We have seen the office and then the way to set a primary office so that it comes as a default. By default, to one office, it will be the primary office. Companies. So I think this is another very important part of the application. And well, I'm glad to see that we already moved forward on this print registration certificate that I was mentioning yesterday. And so, I mean, company records, okay, the company subscribe, right? Goes there and register. And then they get an email, okay, you did the registration. And then this email goes to the administrator. So the administrator has a list of companies that subscribe, that requested access. And then here, by going inside, they have the option to approve or not approve the registration. So at the moment that they approve it, the JEDS will automatically send the access to the company administrator. And then the company will be enabled to do self-service, basically, to add additional users and everything else in the same way that I just showed it to you. Now, you have additional fields here in the company. For example, I mean, some fields that are just descriptive, like the name, the branch. Then you have the company registration number. I mean, the use of this company registration number, I think, is very important if you're using the billing. For example, I can't remember exactly the country where we have this integration, and with the national payment system, they can basically ask with the company registration number and collect all the billings that are due to be paid, and so automate that sort of process. So I think it's a very important element that we introduced. It wasn't there at the first time that we developed the GENS. The address, the inspection address, is that field that you have seen in the certificate request, where you can put a default address for the MPPO to go and perform the inspection. The descriptive fields, which are the most exported commodities. These are all like fields that have been added there to give support to the users. And then you have the expiry day, which is not it's an optional field, and yeah, you can, especially if you're giving access for a certain amount, if you have the company paying, for example, for 1 year, and then you want to set up the expiry day, then you can do that. Okay, so let's go back to the companies again, just to show you more. So what you see there is just the registration. When the company is actually registered, then they will have the option. So this is a company perspective here. They will have the option to add exporters that they want to see in their list. So they will have a dedicated list. Consignees, users, of course. So they will be able to do some configuration for the company. Okay, jump into the consignee. So the consignee is more of a simple type of record, which is basically referring to the address of the consignee. We have some feature request, but we have there Park to have a registration system for the consignees as well, and all of that. I touched base on the system settings. Just to recap, here we have a lot of settings. Like, for example, including the statements in the XML, the prefix for the issued certificate, the MPPO name, original certificate where it is mandatory when there is a re-export, and so on. So you can fine-tune using these settings the way that the gens behave. So it is a standardized system, but at the same time, it's something that you can configure really for the way that you would like to work with it. Office locations, we have seen them actually at the start. this morning, very important to have a structure, probably will be the first step for the country adopting the gens, to define the offices. Applicants is just a list of all the applicants that were entered, and they can be managed. So there are different ways here that I've seen people using the applicants. It's just an additional information there that doesn't go into the ePhyto certificate, but it's there in the gens. Okay, validation tool and unregistered country. I will jump on this one. Validation tool, I'll touch it with the hub, which is exposing a functionality that is also in the hub. And this is basically listing all the registered countries into the hub. I can see that it's pulling this for the first time, so it's taking more. And then authorization tokens. Oh, no, I think I have a problem with the connection. Yeah. It switched to Adelphi, and that's why. Okay, I'm switching back to that. That's why you couldn't load. Okay. Sorry, guys. Let me go back. Okay, so, okay, never mind. I'll show you this in the hub. Authorization tokens, where are them? You see PayPal and you might be scared yourself. These are tests that we're doing. So what is a token is basically something that, let's say that you have a national system that will need to use the API, then you will need to create a token for that system, and then add the IP restrictions. So this will make sure that the gens is not open. The gens is not open to everyone, specifically the API. And so you can create a token name, an email for the support issues, and then add the IP. So this is a technical thing, basically, to expose the API of the gens to another system. We implemented this for the billing, e-billing, but this could be like the way that we will start to add here additional APIs. And for the people that doesn't understand, the API is application programming interface, and so it's like a web service, right, that can be exposed to other systems to allow for the integration. Okay, so continuing, role of the administrator. I think this is the main role. What do we have in the reference data? Is a pre-built list of harmonization codes. See, let me just show you in the landing page, right? We can go to the hub and I'll show you documentation. You see those codes are package code, for example. They are like default codes that should be using the ePhyto. Now, in some cases, you can't extend this list with the new codes, but then you can activate a code that is still under the UNECE, the standard list, but is not enabled by default. So let's go this one on the packaging, on the packages code, for example. Package type. You see, this is the entire list from the UNECE. So this is a standard list for the UNCFAT schema, for, let's say, the global, the harmonization, let's say. But out of this, I only have a few of them which are enabled. And they are enabled by default. And also, let's put this into Spanish. So they're in multiple languages. We loaded all of them for the 6 UN languages. They are there. So you can use, now think about the Spanish translation, right? When you will have the system working in Spanish, you will be selecting this, and then in the certificate, you will have the code. Let me just show you. See, this code is translated into multiple languages. So if you select atado, it will be bouquet. It will be bunch in English. Okay. So this is these are all the reference data. In some of this, you can definitely add the translation so that you can change the way that the gens show this information without touching the code. You know, by just selecting this and add the translation, and then you can add the description. And of course, you have to enter the language that you're using. So I show you the package type. So for all of this is almost the same. It's little variations. Like for example, the one that I show you this morning on the additional declarations, where you can set up the importing country and have that highlighted. You see some different colors there when I was in the certificate selecting for the additional declaration. Then you have condition. Country is very important because once again it will show you. Of course, when we give the gens, we give a preloaded list. You don't have to create them, of course, but then you can eventually modify it. For example, let's say that you don't want to have Albania as a phyto destination. You're not going to send to Albania, right? You remove it. You can remove it out of this. So you just by editing the record, and then you say, okay, not a phyto destination. Right? Yeah, phyto destination. Okay, say, and this will remove it from the phyto destination. So it will not show in the list. What is this global and local? What is the difference there? So if I create a new entry, I can't do it for the country because the countries are, pre-built list. There is no code that we can do it. We will do it on the, but you can do this, I believe, in other, like this here. You can say new. I want to enter a new condition, which I'm gonna give it a code. In the phytosanitary certificate, you don't use code for this, right? You use the naming. And so you can add a new condition and activate. In the moment that I add, let's do it. And, activate that. Then this will go as a local. So what is the difference between local and global? So the global is managed and linked to the official list that is published under the hub as well, and also in the website. And so we maintain that. But countries can add local entries. So you can add a new entry. Okay, these are the file types where we are restricting. We used to have way to add their additional entries, but this was like something that we wanted to fix. Intent of use is just another reference information. As we have seen, we have the global and local means of transport. Also, this on the means of transport, these codes are actually in the schema. So there is no way that you can create a new means of transport. But what you can do, you can change. For example, you say air transport, you don't like it because it's I don't know, something else, flight transport, and you want to make that change, you can do a translation by selecting and then adding the description as you want to show to the users. With the code, you can't change it. Package type we have seen. Pesticide. This is also, I think, coming from the global list. but you can extend that. Product description or plant part. Treatment types. This is a bit more complicated because you have, you know, a parent for temperature treatment, then you have cold heat treatment, and you know, there's some sort of relation. But once again, these are created, and yes, you can add the new entries there. Units of measure, they are coming from UNECE list, so they are the official list, and they all loaded in the system. So for you, you will see only this list of actives. So you can activate, for example, you want to work with gram per cubic centimeter, and you can do that, of course. But by default, we set up those ones that are suggested by the ESG in the end that did this at the start. Billing fees. We have been discussing this morning when I show you the billing, and the fact that you can configure the system to have, for example, okay, regardless of the text here, you know, you can have always included this fee in all the certificates that that you're creating. Or at the same time, you can just have just a list and then leave it to the users to select it. Commodity, very important. Once again, the GEN says the entire UNECE. You see the number of pages that we have here, 3,639 per, I believe it's 30. So you do the math. You have basically the entire EPO database loaded, and we regularly upgrade it. Well, we import, let's say, the new entries. They publish this on a regular basis. So very important for the language picker, this is a configuration so that when you open the search screen for commodities, then you can enable or disable languages. For example, you're only doing Spanish and English, remove all the others, because this will optimize. And people don't have to, which one is the right one? You know? This is always a point in the system that we are looking at optimizing as much as possible. Harmful organism. Also, this one is coming from the EPO database. You can add the additional there because this information is actually for the inspection, and so it's not actually reported in the certificate. UN low code we've been discussing. Now here you have to search because it's a very big database. So let's search for Dominican Republic, and then Santo Domingo. We should have the airport at least. Right. SDQ. Yeah. You have different types of locations. We don't show there which type of location, if it is an airport or it doesn't matter, because you need to select the one that is as much as possible in line with the point of entry, and it will help a lot on the other side. Then we have seen in the inspections that the different fields of selection, fields where this is totally configurable for you, action and findings, similarly for the export. So you can have different lists to expose to the inspector when they do the inspection for, you know, the import and the export. Okay, so let me go back to the presentation, and we can wrap it up and then open for maybe questions and or discussions. I think we stop at the demo. Yeah. So just to recap, you know, the main feature, the main important feature, I think, the GENS verification, and we have also a tool to go and find the certificate, the GENS billing, you know, how that work. All of this, we have documents and everything else. Of course, they are also in the user manual, and you know, you can dive more in the details. But I will share this presentation with you guys as well. And yeah, so there is an option here for stopping the issuing in the case that the payment is not done. You can configure this in GENS to be flexible, because you don't want to stop the issuing, or you want to stop the issuing on the payment. We have seen the reference data management. Very important to know where to go, and then that you have that option. The export certificates, we have seen all the different views. The import certificates, the inspection recording, how this is then, you select the lines and then you save apply the inspection result. This is then reflected in the lines. You can exclude the lines for the export certificate so that they will not go into the issued ePhyto. Support model, very important, guys. Yeah, I show you in the GENS application that the feedback button is there, right? So you can definitely post, let's say, request for changes, issues. But then if you have an issue, something is not working, let's say the system is up and running, but then you get an error, like the error that I got before with the uploading, then you contact the ePhyto support team. So we have a dedicated email box here. If the system is not up at all, it's down completely, then you can also reach our service desk, and that would be 24 hours. All right. So I am opening for questions, question and answers, discussion, reflections, doubts, concerns.
Comentarios, compañeros. Adelante, Delfino.
Adelante, adelante.
Sí, bueno. ¿Cómo está integrada la firma electrónica de la Unión Europea? No vi esa parte, y si es automático para esos países o está en general para una vez que tienes el GENS.
Sí. Ahora, the signature I will talk more in the afternoon, but it is something that we do from the back end, let's say. It's not visible to the users, the GENS users. How this is performed is basically through a key pair, right? That is used for signing the certificate. And that key pair is coming through our official certification authority after we validate with the country the identity of the most of the time is actually the MPPO director, let's say, right, and the contact details. And so let's say that the configuration itself of the signature is a technical thing that we do on you know, behind the scene. So it's not visible to the users. You can see the details, you know, whether it's signed or not. But to have that digital signature, we have to go through a process, because we have to have, let's say, the certificate issued by a trusted certification authority from the European Commission. And so we have established now the process. I have to be honest, many times this is very demanding because people don't see the email. You get an email from the certification authority. You have to confirm this, enter the code, and then there are verification steps, and then they have the call, and also they require an attorney, declaration on the identity of the person. There are like some paperwork that need to be done. That's more demanding than the technical thing. In terms of the technical thing, is a couple of calls in the code.
¿Alguien más, compañeros? Perdón, vamos con El Salvador.
Hola, Gianluca. La consulta es, para la implementación de JENS, ¿tú consideras necesario fortalecer la parte de recurso humano? Porque por lo que yo estoy viendo hay muchos temas de parametrización. Esto lo que conlleva son tiempos laborables y mientras más configurado esté, hace más eficiente el trabajo operativo. Entonces, quisiera conocer tu experiencia porque hemos tenido también ahí cierto pensamiento acá con mi colega y con Rodrigo de que para El Salvador de momento sería bueno implementar JENS. Entonces quisiera que nos recomendaras cuál sería la mejor ruta a seguir. Gracias.
Yeah, definitely. Okay. In terms of any system, we need to have the people to support it. Whether it is national, build, from scratch by the team in the country, or JENS, you need to have the people supporting the JENS, with a difference that it will be like user support only that you have to have. In both of the cases, you have to have that, but you don't have the technical support and all the other stuff behind, which you will need to have. In the national system. So it's as an option, as a software as a service, let's call it this way. It is it requires less of resources, but less in the technical area. In the user support, you still need to have. The advantage here is that we are not talking about a new system that we are discovering today, that we have people that can just collaborate with you and help you in rolling out the solution, while you concentrate on building the national system, as also the others are doing. So the answer basically is human resources need to be there anyway. But with the JENS, you have less because they are just focused on the users. And that setup, once it is done, and you can have multiple administrators, right? So you can have for each office maybe an administrator that you teach them how to do it. And then, if there is a problem with the user, they deal with that.
Adelante, ingeniero Teodoro, del Salvador.
Sí, gracias. Mi pregunta va más enfocada a que somos un país ya importador, digamos, que es la parte que estamos viendo. Estamos ya recibiendo un certificado y en el certificado también aparece el punto de ingreso al país. ¿El certificado llega al administrador o también llega al punto de ingreso para que el inspector o el oficial que está destacado ahí pueda identificarlo, pueda verlo y darle, digamos, salida a ese envío?
Yes, absolutely. So what you're saying basically that I should be able, from this view, to work on this point of entry, to search for that point of entry. Now you have the option here to search, but why, I'm showing this to you, but this doesn't convince, I don't want to convince on this. Why? Because still in the ePhyto, the XML of the ePhyto, whether you have the JENS or national system, you will have exactly the same problem, because the point of entry most of the time is just a country or maybe a name of that they inserted in a very maybe artistic way. So So this is definitely something to work on, but not only in the gens, let's say, rather in the ePhyto, to simplify, let's say, to be able to segregate the work, to queue the work in the right office, right? So to have the people. Is that the question? Okay, perfect.
Delfino. Por favor.
Cuando algún país te pide ser configurado para el JENS, se configura para ambos, ¿no? Para importar y para exportar, para recibir y para enviar. Porque nos ha pasado, por ejemplo, que hay algunos países que nos dicen, es que yo estoy preparado solamente para enviarte, no para recibirte. Nos pasó con Ecuador, ¿no? Algo nos mencionaba así. Entonces, eso también es importante para la meta que nos propusimos, ¿no? Si los países de aquí necesitan ver con otra área que puedan recibir los certificados, es importante que también lo vayan revisando, porque sí sería, para México es importante tanto recibir como enviar, y por lo común negociamos en ambos lados, ¿no? Si tú me aceptas el ePhyto, yo te acepto el tuyo, y es algo muy parejo. Entonces sí es importante nada más comentarlo y dejarlo en la mesa.
Perfecto, buen comentario. Inclusive puede ser, me imagino que es un tema que trae el delegado del OIRSA mañana como visión de la región. ¿Alguien más? ¿Tenga algún comentario? Adelante, Rubén, por favor.
No, en cuanto a los recursos que preguntaba el compañero de El Salvador, digo, que esto no sea un impedimento para no incursionar o no adoptar gens. Lo hablo por nuestra experiencia. Realmente nosotros al inicio nos dio la mano un administrador informático, pero que era ya administrador de otras plataformas, o sea, era una colaboración. Un buen día, este administrador, cuando pregunto por él, yo soy el responsable del departamento de certificación, dice no, se fue de vacaciones y no había avisado, no tenía tampoco por qué comunicarnos, ¿no? No estaba bajo nuestra organización directa. Pero bien, eso nos obligó a nosotros que somos de la parte técnica, meternos también en la parte de administración y dar respuestas. Y las respuestas surgieron según la necesidad de qué hacíamos cuando una empresa hacía la solicitud, que no le llegaba el primer correo, que no le llegaba el segundo correo. Y nos fuimos, uno se va involucrando en la plataforma. Otro punto también que demanda de mucha atención son las mejoras continuas que está haciendo Unique. Unique te manda los correos con que va a haber una mejora, te manda una propuesta, luego lo somete a discusión hasta que luego entonces las implementa, y todas esas son comunicaciones. Sí se necesita personal, pero lo más demandante es la parte esa de administración. Y pues hay que perder el miedo. Una o dos personas que estén en eso y que se dividan el trabajo funciona perfectamente. Así que sin miedo al éxito.
Excelente. Y también en el canal, en el Zoom, tenemos una consulta de Julián Rodríguez, así que directamente la podemos hacer, Julián. Apertura tu micrófono y con gusto te escuchamos. Se levantó, ok. Continuamos entonces con Carmen del MAGA Guatemala.
En el caso de nosotros, como nosotros necesitamos también Jens, ¿verdad? El recurso humano, nosotros estamos utilizando el mismo que utilizamos en el certificado de papel. No hay que decirle, estamos con alguien más. Creo que la limitante que nosotros tuvimos fue con las empresas, porque ellos es un poquito anuente a querer hacer el cambio, ¿verdad? Entonces, nosotros lo que sí hicimos fue trabajar con ellos, explicarles el beneficio del uso de este tipo de plataformas, que al final tanto es como nosotros nos ahorramos tiempo, nos ahorramos recursos, nosotros ya no compramos, creo que papel para impresión, ya no lo compramos, entonces creo que esa parte sí es de trabajar con los exportadores, y sí necesitaría alguien que, en el caso de ustedes, que solo se dedique a resolver dudas con ellos.
Excelente comentario, Guatemala. ¿Alguien más que tenga alguna sugerencia, comentario, pregunta? Ya tenemos a Julián, ya lo recuperamos. Adelante, Julián, por favor.
Sí, buenas tardes a todos. Solo quería hacer un comentario, no sé si todo el mundo me escucha, un comentario sobre un caso particular de Francia. Todos saben que Francia tiene algunos territorios en el Caribe, Martinica, Guadalupe y también en Guyana y en el Océano Índico, La Reunión y Mayotte. Todos estos territorios hacen parte de Francia. Hemos visto que cuando en el GENS o directamente en el hub de la CIPF, cuando los países terceros seleccionan Martinica o Guadalupe, nosotros no tenemos acceso a esos IFITOS, entonces es necesario poner como país de destino Francia. No es necesario poner un punto de entrada
Have to
porque
put an entry port because if a country, if El Salvador is going to export, for example, mandioca to Martinica, to Martinique, if the destination country in the traces system, the traces system is synchronized for all those territories on high sea, on the Caribbean, and the ocean that belong to France to be recognized as France. So you must put France in the system, origin country France, so we can have access. We've had some issues with that, but that's just a comment I wanted to make to try to harmonize our practices. Great comment, Julian. And also on the YouTube channel, Engineer Edwin Aragon is asking a question. He's asking if we can integrate gens with bus type systems. Gianluca.
Yes, absolutely. So this is, I think, something that
Sí, por supuesto. Creo que esto es algo que en lo que ya estamos trabajando.
the afternoon, you will see how technically this is happening, so you get an idea on. It's basically the fact that VUSE need to connect to the hub, and so then we can automate the forwarding to VUSE at the import, at the export, in different ways as we need. Anyway, we'll touch this on the afternoon, and that's the idea. The idea is that through the channels, we give the option to third-party or other systems to integrate.
En aras del tiempo, compañeros, también tenemos una presentación.
Colleagues, we have a presentation in the afternoon for the hub. So if you want, we can just, the discussion has been quite active this morning. This is the first presentation of the day, basically. So let's continue. Let's give a round of applause for Gianluca. It was a great presentation. And immediately, let's welcome Engineer Manuel Duran from the Quarantine Department of Dominican Republic to continue with the second presentation of the day to talk about gens. So, Manuel, please.
Bueno, me presento de nuevo. Mi nombre es Manuel Durán.
I'll introduce myself again. I am Manuel Duran. I am Deputy Director of Plant Health for the quarantine area with the responsibility of the phytosanitary certification, including this one, the electronic phytosanitary certification. This presentation was prepared for a release, I believe. Luckily, we had it available. This was in charge of Director La Sala, but unfortunately, she couldn't join us. She will join us later on today. And the idea to present it is the responsible technician for the Pfizer sanitary certification, Hector Santana. Unfortunately, he is sick right now. We will share some information. Dr. Rosalba, when we reviewed the presentation, said that there was too much history. And I was like, well, in essence, this is the content that we want to share with you. Next. The, ele- the electronic certification started this way in Dominican Republic. There was an interest in the ministry when we arrived at the administration to strengthen internal areas of the ministry to implement projects and continue strengthening plans that were pending. Among those plans, we had the ePhyto certification as an objective to be adopted in the department. Next. The department decided to integrate people to participate in international forums, such as the ones carried out in Brazil, Costa Rica, Argentina, in Colombia, and Honduras. Part of our staff participated in these forums, including more than one country's the participation of engineer Hector Santana. In a bilateral meeting Dominican Republic held with the United States, we established the intention of the Dominican Republic to add or integrate to the ePhyto initiative in order to produce digital certifications instead of paper ones, a harmonic exchange to facilitate transactions, and a direct intervention to promote a direct intervention or exchange with importers and exporters and third-party related like brokers. Another purpose we had was to achieve a safer and faster and more economical or cheaper movement of merchandises or goods, securing the communications between countries and to improve the fluidity or flow of international trade, mainly by reducing the cost of printing paper. We approached the APHIS inspection service of the Department of Agriculture of the United States. In those, that approach was motivated by requests that came from the private sector through our Office of Trade Affairs. And there was a social disruption, of course, as you all know, with the pandemic. And that motivated more and added some pressure of the sector of the industry involved in exports and exports to try to find a solution that was viable because of the how slow the time frames were because of the pandemic. Producers in Dominican Republic, exporters, had the benefits of the implementation in the country by the General Directorate of Customs of the single window foreign trade services. And when we were in the midst of the pandemic, they were pressing to find more means to make the transactions more viable. We made a decision in Plan Health for the ePhyto adoption in July 2020. The action executions to produce ePhyto as in a test mode were carried out. In this sense, we had a collaboration with a representative of the CIPF, and it's time Walter Alessandrini, uh, the person that replaced Rodrigo, I believe.
And we develop workshops and meetings, online workshops and meetings. This is a photo of one of the practical workshops that we carried out in the ePhyto platform with the inspection post leaders of the country. Those people that you can see in that photo, that's when we started, were not experts. Some of them did not even know how to manage electronic equipment. There was some fear in terms of that change that we were looking to do. And as time passed by, we were able, in a minimum percentage, but adequate percentage, to include them and to change a little bit that idea that they have, that idea that a 40-year-old inspector has, and an inspector that has been working for 25 years and that has not dealt with computers or electronic equipment, and they're not willing to change. But we were able to achieve that. We were able to issue over 480 phytosanitary certificates, test ones. These ones complied with the certification regulation and they were received in compliance in the system. In April 2021, the DSV, the Plant Health Department, reports to the IPPC, the intention of initiating the backup of the production of the phytosanitary certificates. It was resolved in coordination with directives of the IPPC, Rose Sosa, at that moment, also Alejandra Danielson were leading this coordination on IPPC. So we coordinated it with them, also people from the IPPC, the plant health department, and workshop was carried out in the Dominican Republic aimed at export.
Ese taller, conforme a la opinión de los directivos de CIPF, fue un taller sin precedentes. Pues ellos decían que
work at one of its kind, never seen before, because through that nature, they were able to achieve the participation of around 60 people. We were able to integrate 400 and something people in a virtual workshop carried out here in the country. After this, in June 2021, the Dominican Republic is enabled as to be able to produce ePhyto. We contacted the joint deputy of the IPPQ of the United States, Mr. Christian Dallas, deputy director. And with Christian, we were able to sign an agreement of the United States and Dominican Republic national productions. In July of the year 2021, we were able to take that picture. That was the day that we did our first electronic phytosanitary certification, preparing a shipment to the United States. So we started enabling points of inspection. That was the modality that we implemented in the country. We started in the Las Americas airport, the export unit of the cargo terminal of this airport. Then we continued in August 2021. You can go to the previous one, please. Previous slide. That is Puerto Plata. That is was in September. If you can go back one more. There we go. That was in the Punta Cana airport. So that was the second one after Las Americas airport. We went in August in the same year. We went and activated the cargo unit office of the Punta Cana airport. The staff, the personnel was trained with the minimum capacity needed for the certification. So I must say here that we received a lot of support, from OIRSA in collaboration with regional funds for the procurement of computer equipment to be able to adapt the quarantine inspection services to provide the necessary equipment for this certification. Likewise, this training, most of that training, we were able to carry it out with the support of the TRASA project, that is part of a program that is part of the Department of Agriculture of the United States, and they have supported us. They have accompanied us in every training that we have carried out in terms of logistics. The Ministry of Agriculture allocated equipment through the Department of Technology. Likewise, the General Customs Directorate donated tablets for the phytosanitary certification service equipment. So we continue to another point of inspection. This is the Cibao International Airport. We were able to enable this verification post. So in September, we went to the Puerto Plata airport. We were able to activate that inspection point. This was the La Romana airport. We were also able to enable here or activate the inspection team. And lastly, the Juan Bosch or El Cate airport. We did not have the opportunity, or we have not had the opportunity of including the exporters in the process. On their behalf, there was some resistance. You know that sometimes the unknown is something mysterious to certain sectors, and there's some resistance. So after demonstrating what involves electronic certification in terms of benefits, of course, we received a lot of hugs and recognition, etc., etc. Up until that moment, when we started with the whole process, we had this amount of certificate, and next to the issued certificates, we had the volume of exports. So if you do the math, I think it's we did not have not even 1,000. We're talking about 400. So in July, we're in August. In July, or up until July, we have issued around 19,000 something certificates. So let's talk about advantages and benefits that we have been able to see in the adoption of this tool. It has been confirmed that this is a simpler process that improves response times. There is a standardization of criteria, increases the trust in the system, guarantees a fast flow of information. We all here know what I'm talking about. Phytosanitary certificates do not get lost. I remember some time ago, there was a company that was complaining in our department, or was filing a complaint, and they assured us that the physical certificate, that is what we used to do, they put it inside the baggage area of the plane, but when it arrived at the destination, there was no certificate. So that means that they opened a window of an airplane and the certificate flew away. So with this issue of electronic phytosanitary certification, one of the well-known advantages is that they are replaced without additional cost. You avoid paying shipments. They can be issued anywhere, anytime. That's what our friends were saying before. It allows for an anticipated text entry. The shipment can be dispatched and issue the phytosanitary certificate after that, ensuring that the correct information is there while the cargo is on its way, can be seen immediately by the importer country, allowing for the customs process to be more agile, eliminates the use of the paper, and the use of this platform does not generate a cost for the Dominican Republic, since it was conceived by the IPPC for countries like ours that did not have a national system. In order for these countries to carry out the exchange free of cost. So at that moment, we noticed the challenges of involving the exporters, the importers. That's what I was talking about before. That is something that we haven't been able to do, and also to continue training the technicians of the service. We still have technicians that need a little bit more training to be able to get more actively involved in the phytosanitary certification, and we are getting there with the continuous support provided by the TRASA project with from USA, the support of OIRSA. We're always identifying resources in the national program support funds for articles that are necessary to be procured to provide inspectors with equipment that could help them with the certification. Now, involving importers and exporters in our case in the Dominican Republic, it will stop being a priority because that will come automatically with the integration that the General Customs Directorate is carrying out, the foreign trade and single window management, the incorporation of the ePhyto in the single window of foreign trade. That will be translated in terms of time in a decrease of time because the producer, the exporter, that is ideally what that is a general idea and the initial idea of this as well. The ePhyto starts presenting the information of the commercial invoice, where most of the information that will be completed in the ePhyto certificate will come implicit in the declaration that they will be filling out in this foreign trade single window when they're carrying out the process that they're doing either import or export. So the export will directly introduce into the single window system the information, including the name of the consignee, address, volume, and a number of information that the inspector used to have to, that the inspector used to spend a lot of time with. So we haven't assigned the exporter in the role that could be assigned to them at the gens. So until this point, this is where we are with ePhyto in the Dominican Republic. We continue moving forward. We're really happy in the Dominican Republic for adopting this fabulous tool. And with this implicit thanks to Gianluca for the support. Let's see if I have another slide or if I finish. Oh, all right. So the objectives at that moment we did not have
Y teníamos como objetivo hacerlo para la época, con Argentina y con Chile. Lo logramos con Argentina y con Chile. No así con la Unión Europea. Ahí tuvimos el apoyo formidable de Rodrigo Robles. Y en conversación con la autoridad
fitosanitary with the EU. And talking to the phytosanitary community from the European community, Helen Klein arranged some meetings and we were able to reach an agreement. So we are exporting, we are backing up, supporting the national production, going to the European Union. So our intention is doing it in terms of volume of exports. Another important partner is Canada, as Rodrigo and we told you, Gianluca, for you to help us with getting us in touch with them in order for us to see and how can we support national productions with electronic phytosanitary certification. Well, this is my presentation. Thank you very much.
Do we have questions or consultations for Dominican Republic? I would just like to congratulate the team of the Dominican Republic led by engineer Limber Cruz as well as engineer Rosa La Sala, Manuel Duran, the team Santana for all the progress you've had. And this was definitely a reference point for the OIRSA countries such as here on how to do things right, really. So congratulations on everything you've been able to move forward. And thank you for sharing that experience that works as support to us to know what will be a possible route to follow for the countries that are barely beginning in this process. I think this has been a very fruitful session. I don't know if anyone has comments for the Dominican Republic. I would like to add something. We are again at your service to collaborate with any of the organizations of phytosanitary protection in the member countries of OIRSA and any other really in whatever way we can to support in the implementation of the ePhyto. So we will take your word for it, Manuel Duran and your team, to help us to provide that support, to also be referenced and provide that technical assistance and support. Okay, colleagues, we're a bit behind on the schedule. I would say we can take back the questions with the colleagues of the Dominican Republic in the afternoon. We will take lunch now, and let's have an hour to come back. So we come back at 2:30 Dominican Republic time. Don't confuse with other schedules. So we'll come back in an hour, and we'd like to make sure our colleagues online will come back in an hour, Dominican Republic time, 1:30 Colombia, 2:30 Dominican Republic, 1:30 Colombia and Panama, and 12:30 time Central America and Mexico. Thank you, everyone. Enjoy your meal.
regional sobre certificación electrónica para los países miembros de...
Somos parte de esta presentación. 127 países contrapartes de la CIPF ya estaban registrados en uno u otra grado al hub de ePhyto. También hay una información valiosa allí. Hay 50 países que estamos utilizando el sistema genérico, mejor conocido como JENS. Panamá es uno de esos, República Dominicana, Guatemala, algunos países del Caribe y de otras regiones también. El mapa ofrece información acerca de 3 estatus en el que se encuentran los países con colores diferenciados. Así de esa manera, pues, se refiere a países que están registrados, aquellos que están en pruebas y aquellos que estamos activamente intercambiando certificados fitosanitarios electrónicos. Panamá se registró en la solución ePhyto desde abril del 2021, todavía en una época en que todavía había fuertes restricciones por la pandemia de COVID-19 y de una manera u otra, esa fue también un estímulo, ¿verdad?, para que buscásemos algunas soluciones a los problemas que se estaban viendo con el intercambio de certificados fitosanitarios manuales, ¿no? Entonces, fue una motivación extra ahí que tuvimos. Siguiente, por favor. Bien, esta es nuestra línea de tiempo. Como dijimos, Panamá se registró el 26 de abril del 2021. Quizás antes de esa etapa fuera necesario añadir una adicional, porque realmente empezamos a hacer los trámites ante CIPF, las gestiones ante CIPF, en enero o febrero del mismo año. Cuestión que en términos de 3 meses ya nosotros estábamos disfrutando aparecíamos en el mapa de ePhyto como un país que ya estaba registrado. De abril a septiembre, 4 meses y medio aproximadamente, estuvimos en capacidad de iniciar el intercambio electrónico. Acá abajo hay una imagen donde está el amigo Rodrigo, Cristian Delis, el que está arriba en el centro es el entrañable amigo Héctor Santana, que nos acompañó de ese lanzamiento. Fue un 15 de septiembre de 2021. Iniciamos el intercambio electrónico con Estados Unidos, ¿no? Y de allí, pues, vinieron otras etapas como aceptar los certificados fitosanitarios que se recibían con las importaciones y hasta llegar al estatus en el que estamos recibiendo desde 2022, del año pasado y este año, hemos estado en capacidad de aceptar los certificados fitosanitarios de la importación para importaciones de aquellos países que nos reciben el nuestro, ¿no? Entonces, es un intercambio en doble vía. Lo importante, y para que todos nos llevemos ese insumo de aquí, para cada una de esas etapas, para el registro, para el cambio a producción, para iniciar intercambio de certificados fitosanitarios para recibir las importaciones en la región, hay capacidad para brindar la asistencia a cualquier país miembro que lo requiera, y si no, tenemos grandes amigos fuera de la región también, pero muy cercanos, que nos pudieran ayudar en esta tarea, ¿no? Para que eso quede claro. Bien, Para Panamá.
For Panama. This was a leap, really, a qualitative leap, we can call it. Panama uses gens not because we didn't foresee the option to systematize. In fact, we had tried before gens a lot of projects. Some didn't make it to the end. A lot of consultations that were lost in the end. And coincidentally, before the pandemic, when we had a platform that was already developed, we realized that platform was not creating phytosanitary certificates in XML. It was a platform with a BPM system, so it couldn't create XML files. So the decision was, well, do we perfect this last tool so it can produce XML files formats, or do we accept and work with gens? At that moment, we had the regional workshop of Buenos Aires 2018, and we were motivated. No, go this way, that way. We decided that. We decided to accept gens, and basically that was the beginning of everything. It was a qualitative leap indeed to move in 4 months, or to begin the process in 4 months after having registered, and later on to be, as we will see shortly, almost 2 years after, to have close to a 35% of paperless transactions of all the phytosanitary certifications that are issued in the National Directorate. Okay. Uh, I was talking with Mr. Craig Fetcher. Hopefully the IPPC won't charge you additionally by this, but we took advantage of the versatility the platform has, the gens platform has, because as we saw brilliantly explained, it produces paper certifications with security elements that are almost impossible to violate, that but it also creates or generates the electronic certificate itself in XML, which is the one received electronically. And with that versatility, we saw an opportunity to move from a manual system, from having nothing really, to a system or status where we had both possibilities. Electronic for those accepting it, and for those other countries that are not connected to the hub, or those that we still don't have agreements of electronic exchange, we give them the paper certificate with a QR code and all the other features that you saw. What did this allow us? We don't see the title well, but we can explain it. What did this allow us in 2022? To work with two parallel systems and everything through the gens. A parallel system demonstrated in the blue line, where you see the number of total certifications that were issued in Panama, and the orange line, the ones that were issued by gens throughout 2022. For 2022, last year, close to 45% of all the certificates that were issued in Panama were done through the gens in its different modalities. both electronic and printed. This helped us measure how were we doing in terms of national implementation, and it was also useful to set goals. So this year we can eliminate the entire manual process and to handle everything through the generic or gen system. As it happened, previous notifications to the World Trade Organization, we established the uh, deadline for the manual system, August 16th, 2023. So basically, around 13 days ago, all the phytosanitary certifications of Panama are being managed through the GENS system. And we discussed this with some representatives of the authorities in Buenos Aires because the same way as it happens to us, it is an opportunity any other country has, any other authority has, who doesn't have any system to try to escalate until they reach the complete or full electronic certification exchange. That's already a reality. This is these are this year's figures. By August 22nd, since everything has been handled in the GEN system, we can say that approximately 35% of all the phytosanitary certifications are completely paperless. This entails a 14% issued to the United States, 11% to Costa Rica, 29% for the European Union, that's 34, and other countries contribute in a 1%, more or less. But this pie chart also gives us additional information that is very valuable to us, which is the high percentage, a 45% of the certificates that we are still issuing to India. These certifications have the exports of wood in 45%. It is a strategic goal to our country, and to add this 45% to the 35% we already have in paperless, that would mean we will be very close to 80%. We will be at an 80%. And for this, I think we should do some form of regional alliance. We've discussed this with Rodrigo, because in the case of India, our organization has sent 3 notes or emails, director to director, with no response. We have sent 3 different letters without obtaining any type of response. Less than a month ago, we had to go to the uh, Foreign Affairs Ministry so they can make a communication to them, and we still haven't received an answer. And this is key, not only to our country, but to the region, to do a type of block. Argentina has the same problem. They simply have no response from them. There's a lack of attention, let's call it, for the communications of this organization that has to be addressed, because for us and other countries, it is key. And actually, India, we are already receiving their import phytosanitary certifications from India. But we asked the paper one because we have no agreements with them. We are receiving it, they are connected in a way, but apparently they're not interested. But for us, it is key. Next one. Okay. This is what we've been able to accomplish so far. 34 countries, including 27 of the European Union. Out of those 27 member countries of the European Union, Panama exports to 20 of them. So in the first line, United States of America, the first country that accepted the electronic exchange with tremendous opportunities. Christian Dallas said, "Hey, send me a meeting, a Zoom meeting." And I said, "Hey, Christian, we have problems accepting your uh, certifications because we need to organize ourselves internally." And he was like, "No problem. Send me yours. Um, we will receive them." And later on, we started the two-way exchange. Chile, of course, with our colleague and friend Rodrigo. Guatemala with our friend Carmen. Costa Rica with Eric here. Argentina with an entire team. They are working. Rodrigo as bad and a big group. And it may not seem like it, but each country has a name, a point of contact, and this should also be an objective that we get from this country. When I say Mexico, I know I need to call Delfino. And that same way, each country should have a focal point or point of contact that will help us. Then the processes for the European Union, 27 countries, Switzerland, Northern Ireland, that they also acknowledged us. But that is a process we will explain later on. It is a different type of process. 34 countries. That's what we have, what we can count on right now in electronic exchanges. As we said, the first group of United States, Chile, Costa Rica, Guatemala, Argentina, in different degrees or stages, different levels of communication. These were agreements that were expedited without a lot of formalities, just the formality of making a long distance meeting or virtual meeting with Costa Rica and Guatemala, I believe. We said, hey, we decided to exchange. Yes. Let's do a test for a week. It worked. Yes. Next week, we start exchanging. And after starting the exchanges, we gave us a, a deadline or 15 days to assess if we were doing it right or not. We were always good. And until this day, that was the first group. For the European Union, it was a bit more um, diverse or divided. We did not have the acknowledgement of the advanced electronic signature of the European Union, which is something that Julian Rodriguez explained to us yesterday. This requirement, we did not possess that acknowledgement of electronic or digital signature, and we decided with a lot of coordination with Dr. Helen Klein, we started handling phytosanitary certifications in gens, the point of entry in borders of the European Union. They received the data, but since we didn't have the acknowledgement or recognition of the signature, it was necessary for a brief period of time to present at the border point the paper phytosanitary certification, but they were already receiving the data, and that was uh, good progress and a process we used while we were completing the advanced digital signature process in point three. When we obtained that recognition or acknowledgement, everything changed and we moved to a complete paperless exchange of certifications with all the European Union countries plus two more. This is what's all about. The digital signature, we completed all the processes November 14th, 2022. The European Union has that requirement, is mandatory. There's no way to bypass it. And Gianluca can correct me if I'm wrong. Those using gens, the European Union has, they call it a trusted provider a company that is a trusted provider, which is Sectigo. They have headquarters in England, and through that provider or trusted provider, the IPPC makes the request with the help of Gianluca, and uh, the information or request is sent to this provider, and they have to comply and make sure that the NPPO can meet all the requirements. And for us, not all the requirements were met at the same time. So we complied with one, then the next one, then follow up. Ismael Valdivia from Unique helped us a lot, tremendous help. When we were desperate already for a response, he was always open to cooperate with us until we stay completely install the digital certification, digital signature certification for Panama Engines. So we completed this certificate issued, and from that moment on, November 14th, 2022, we started to ex we started the electronic exchanges with all 27 countries of the European Union plus two more. It is extremely summarized story, but it took us some time, but it was definitely worth it. Julian also showed this yesterday. This is the Traces website where they also have a search box for the platform, for the ePhyto platform. And in this case, these are the certificates that Panama sends, and that the ones that have been received, it has the blue star icon in to the left. This is the one that gives you the certainty that this certificate has advanced digital signature. There are other applications in the platform where we can verify that the certificate has this feature. It verifies it. Well, this is the proof and evidence that we have that we count with advanced digital signature for the European Union. Next. Okay. We also have some pending requests. I mentioned India already. Hopefully, we will be able to solve the situation in a diplomatic way, or make a point of contact there. We have also some pending requests in New Zealand and Colombia. Colombia, because of, well, the workshop we went in April 2018 in Ecuador, not too long ago, 2 weeks ago, I believe. They made a request. Also, they are doing their tests, and they want to start testing with Panama. And logically, that response will be positive and will happen in the coming days. Okay, I'm going to briefly talk about some of the features that have been extremely useful for us and that I would like you to take into consideration as participants. We have two sites in GENS. The first one we can barely see is the testing site. The second is the production site, where we do the certificates on our daily operations, right? The ones that requested by exporters. And I should say we have three sites actually, because Panama right now is developing its own system, and Gianluca here opened for us another site so the developer of our new platform can do some tests. So we have a PA2-UAT, but that is only internal use to make some tests, and it will be useful. Yesterday we were talking about this, and it will probably be useful to do tests from Panama. I think they are already happening, Panama to Panama. So these are three sites that we have available in ePhyto for these tests. Information that you can get the minute you arrive at the uh, front page or landing site, the registration of companies. Unlike other countries that have discussed this, we don't have the clearance to raise a certification, a phytosanitary certification. We need the request to be received by the agent, operator, broker, or exporters. And for us, that is of vital importance to facilitate that for this third party. Once they enter the site, they can click complete the information. There are three fields that are mandatory: name, last name, email. Sent it, we receive it, and in a couple of seconds, if we have that availability, the company is authorized. Um, well, and Gianluca already mentioned uh, extensively talk about this, but I wanted to just go over it quickly as a review. We have all these features in the in this green column. We have a dashboard that gives us a lot of valuable information, including the countries we are issuing phytosanitary certifications to, that in the case of Panama is close to 70 countries. We have the option to extract data. We have a module or section to certify or for phytosanitary certification requests, and all the features that were explained this morning, the requests that are pending, the issued certificates, those that were replaced, those that were withdrawn from the hub. That is a feature that was explained this morning. And on the bottom part, we have the administration module or feature, which is a whole different world. Gianluca also talked about this this morning. This is extremely helpful and useful for us. Phytosanitary certificate authentication requests. That is something you probably receive a lot too. We used to receive this through email, and this application has helped us increase or give more transparency and provide more tools to our business partners on how can they search for a phytosanitary certificate issued by the country with the information that you can put in these three fields. And you will be able to see the phytosanitary certificate right away. And it is a way to verify that the certificate has been issued in good faith. We also discussed something this morning about the different tabs or columns. We want to highlight here that in the case that Manuel Duran was explaining, where we lose phytosanitary certificates, if the exporter kept it, if they kept it at a different office, with this tab of the history, that is no longer a problem. Why? Because all the transactions, all the different operations that take place in each of their requests will be recorded in this history tab. Who did it? Who has it? At what time was it modified? And in this way, you can here know as you scroll down. This was a request of August 23rd. It started at 11:46. Rogelio Ruben at 11:47 was updated, was pending review. a guy named Ruben Racine reviewed at 1531, reviewing and so on. And when you want to verify who made the mistake or where is your request, you can have it there registered. But also, this has a history. You can write down a message, and at least here we tried. Please verify the information provided in the maritime commodity botanical name and container fields. You put that to the author, and they received an email to the person that initiated the request, and that is a messaging feature integrated to each of the requests that are processed in gens. Something else we want to highlight that is also extremely useful, and it really is adds value to transparency and facilitates transactions, is uh, the tracking or traceability in the hub through the hub tracking tab. In this case, a phytosanitary certificate that was issued for France, the tool produces a delivery number. This delivery number is comprised of the first two letters of the exporting country, then the destination country, and a numerical code. That code is also useful when precisely when we are working in paperless environment to so both exporters, logistics companies to present this delivery number, and they can find it in the destination country to verify it was in fact delivered. You have here information in almost real time, actually in seconds, of what of that the certificate was delivered. It also states if it is pending delivery or if the delivery failed. It usually fails the delivery when the country is not connected to the hub or if they have some sort of connection issue. We wanted to highlight that. As we said, the exchange is two ways, and gens has been extremely useful for us. Because it helps us receive all the certificates with or from those countries with whom we have paperless electronic certificates exchange agreements through our module of imports. Oh, and you have the possibility to establish the scope or range of the search. We only search for 9 days, and we immediately can see the phytosanitary certificates that have been issued by our authorities of other commercial partners, business partners. It is a very useful information. This bar, this inbox also has a tab, which is a distinctive one, where usually users put the container number. So when we're dealing with maritime transport, the search box allows them to collect this information when we put it specifically there. We continue. Well, we've heard from Steffi Blond that was a commitment really in the workshop of Buenos Aires, Napo, committed to translate the platform, Jen's platform, to Spanish. And we saw in the opening act that commitment remains. That is going to be a huge input, huge benefit to continue allowing our region to move forward in its complete adherence to the ePhyto. I believe it is necessary that we as a region establish a roadmap on our way to a complete implementation of ePhyto and to prioritize our efforts and resources. So, as we discussed yesterday too, so we can really see and feel the impact, the support of the region to the ePhyto solution. ePhyto has taken many years to develop this solution. The IPPC has allocated a lot of efforts in consultations and financial resources. So I think it is a tool that is also recognized by the World Trade Organization, and it is a tool that deserves the support of all the countries, of all stakeholders, to take it to a positive conclusion and to make it recognized by all organizations, both of trade and others directly related or connected to world trade. We had also discussed this matter of doing or generating regional efforts to try to find solutions, common solutions for all of our authorities to be able to exchange, to integrate with other countries that are also important partners of each country. Next. Okay, and aside from the recognition we want to make to all these people, this is like a conditioned recognition. Definitely the collaboration, there's no doubt about it. But each of these people here can help you or can help us in different aspects, in different areas and processes or stages towards implementation. Walter was part of Senasa Argentina. He helped us initially. Walter Alessandrini with the registration, the onboarding document, which is a survey that you have to fill. Then Walter came out, Rodrigo came in, continued helping us through Dr. Cesar Sandoval of the USA Embassy in Panama. We were able to get the support of Christian Daly of USAID. Our friend Hector Santana is closely related to the success story of Panama. Helen Klein on the recognition of the digital signature. These were all key people, and obviously the team, Gianluca's team in Unique, and our team at a country level, the team of the National Directorate of Plant Health that contributed to create an understanding by technicians, by exporters, by decision makers in our countries, and for us to truly accomplish and reach where we are today. So we would like to recognize all of you in the most exciting and grand way, and to all of you for being here, and for all the attentions we've received so far in this workshop. I finished my presentation here. If there's any questions, with pleasure, we will continue um, sharing with you all. Thank you.
Gracias, Rubén. ¿Alguna consulta,
Thank you,
compañero?
Ruben. Questions or comments, suggestions? I think lunch is keeping us quiet, right? In the same way, we will come back with Ruben. Let's move forward with the presentations, and then we do a Q&A session at the end. Again.
Perdón, qué pena.
Hello. I'm sorry. Excuse me. I would like to make a comment on this fantastic presentation of our colleague from Panama. And precisely on a topic called assistance capacity and technical cooperation capacities between the countries of the region. And I mentioned the European Union with my colleague Helen Klein. I just want to make a quick story that was very interesting for me in Africa with some countries that did not have all the capacities that you have probably at a technical level. And countries like Senegal, like Cote d'Ivoire, like Cameroon, etc., to try to solve some of the issues linked to the information that was shared, even on the progress towards the digital signature. We created a communications bond that was really interesting, that it may seem a bit artisanal, but we created a WhatsApp group in Africa with France. And for example, when there were consignments that have been rejected for some reason, some technical reason, we tried to solve that as quickly as possible. And we were inspired uh, together with Rodrigo Robles, with whom we started this work in Chile. And these were very interesting experiences. Why? Because the idea is for the countries that are beginning a new process, it is necessary in this process to be flexible in this technical aspects. And all of this works thanks to the communication between us. So we created in Africa this WhatsApp group where we communicated with each other. You have a problem with this shipment, let's try to find where the issue is. And this can be an important element. First of all, to create cohesion, to create communication links, because not everything is purely technical. Things can maybe just mean cooperation or the will to cooperate to create a group or where there's mutual assistance. So I didn't want just to talk about this. I wanted to mention that everything that has to do with assistance and cooperation, you can fully count with France for that. And for the countries that are not yet registered for the ePhyto, we have possibilities to make a practice session or test period, a contingency phase where we can basically do whatever we can to improve this system, to expand it. We want to expand to spread this system, right? So you can fully count with the European Union. I talk on behalf of France. You can count on us to cooperate in a two-way way. Hi, Julian. I think you mentioned an important point there, important to mention. We, through the GV, developed a contingency procedure. That means that obviously systems sometimes they go down, and this contingency procedure is very important. It is a procedure that is going to be published as a document agreed upon by all the RPPOs that belong to this GP. And this basically is the idea is to establish points of contact. It is important for each country to identify a person that takes care, and that is the face of this system. And in that contingency procedure with Mexico, we carried out the first drafts in 2017, I believe, where we also established well-defined steps. What happens when the electronic certificate is not processed? So we have a contingency plan for that with steps to take. They basically are to contact the specified people first, to consult on the origin sites, the sites of the countries where we can identify with a number the certificate, and with that you have a form of assurance, and then establish a direct contact and to share the certificates by email, even WhatsApp, like Julian was saying, which allows to prevent any retention with Julian. We went through this when we were starting with the ePhyto certificates in France. We have initial problems because in France, since there is an entry port and a final destination traces, if you didn't put the entry port and only the final destination, in Paris, for example, inspectors could not visualize the certificate and they withheld the shipment. So we worked on that process. Now it should already be published. And when countries have an agreement to start the paperless, they adopt this procedure that is extremely useful. I just wanted to make that comment. And what Julian is saying is also extremely useful to define, to have groups of people with direct contact. Sorry? Gianluca uses it? Okay. Well, with you now, our friend Gianluca is going to continue enriching this conversation so we can then all go out fully linked to ePhyto. Go ahead, Gianluca. Thank you.
Okay, let me share. So the afternoon we'll go on the hub. Just a couple of things that I left, let's say, uncovered very quickly on the gens. A few additional points. Let me just go on the. Can you see the screen on the? Yeah. Okay. So in the gens section of this landing page, you find some documentation. We're going to add more with the next release. So if you want to join the gens, it's just a matter of downloading the file, or you can contact me. I will send you the Word version because this is a PDF. And yeah, and then you can just fill it and send it to us. Once again, you might have different approaches there. In the onboarding document, you will need to specify the point of contact, which is the main administrator of the gens, and then basically respond to these questions. Now, in terms of how many PC are received per year, or actually it's okay. You can say not available. I mean, what we need is basically the the office locations, the government logo, the national flag, well, the government or the MPPO logo, let's say, and you can see here where they will be shown. So it's pretty straightforward. And once again, I suggest that in the in joining the gens, you can take like a very phased approach where you can concentrate on a single office, maybe start to practice, and then little by little you get into the others. So there is already also some configuration that you can specify up front. Once again, this is something that you can do even later. In terms of hardware requirements, and this is something that is there from a long time for statistics. We definitely know that it's going to work on all the devices. And so you can just send those main information back, and we can typically we take 5 to 6 or 7 working days to create an instance. Okay, so that's one topic that I forgot to mention, which is very important. And then the training platform, which is something that we developed some time back using Moodle and SCORM compliance module, where you get actually videos on how to use the system. Now, some of these features in the gens have changed in time, but the principles are exactly the same. It could be changed a bit the user interface, but so for example, you can go down and create a draft certificate request. You will get a video that is going to load up with a voice that will tell you, the different steps in how to do login and then create a certificate request. So once again, this is also good to familiarize the people with the concepts and everything else. So this I wanted to complement this information. Okay, so let's dive into the hub. Are you ready? Because this is going to be a bit more technical. So, okay, let me go to the presentation first. I'll try to follow the presentation, although we touched base already in many of these elements. This is something that is there from long time. We know the purpose of the hub, why it was introduced, what are the components, the administration interface, the web services, and the landing dashboard. There are like rules for connection, and of course the XML message is structured, and so the validation tool is there to support the ePhyto and also the SPS acknowledgement validation. And then we have introduced also this option to connect to multiple systems in a single country. Vice versa, we also have the option to have a single system for multiple countries, which is the traces scenario. Okay, the business rules, as we touch base with many countries, the hub is basically authenticating the clients using, matching the provided X509 certificate. It's a technical thing. It goes through a TLS handshake, so over this secure channel. And so we did enable the users to set up themselves the client certificate, so you don't need to tell us to configure a connection. You can do it yourself. In fact, normally when a country register, they go on the admin console, they register, then they get the user assigned, and then the documents on how to set up the connection. Okay, so there are some business rules and standards. Once again, I think it's important to mention that today the hub support only the SOAP services, which is single web service description, and then simple object access protocol, and then the WSDL is defining that web service, and I'll show you what that means. To notice that we are traditionally we are trying to keep our protocols with the standards. So there were some countries still using 1.0 actually, which is totally obsolete and not secure. So we are progressively checking which protocol the countries are using and reach them to help them in upgrading it. Okay, another important message is that the hub was designed to support what is called the pull and the push, and that push is actually something that we tested a lot with Walter Alessandrini and the first days, and so we discovered that it is very difficult to maintain, to manage, and very prone to errors. So of course the push is there. We can try, if you really need that,
to receive, let's say, the certificate through a push, and so to expose a web service and receive those messages directly on your system, we can still try to do it. But also we had the latest experience with, I think it was Thailand or somebody else in that area. And then in the end, they decided to switch back to pool. Okay, so what is the prerequisite for participating to the hub? It's basically the fact that well, you should produce phytosanitary certificates. I think that's pretty obvious actually, and to be able to keep that information within your system, or in the case of the gens, of course, in the gens, because the hub does not store the information. So the hub is just a transitioning messaging system. And I'll show you what that means. Of course, receive and be able to read the ePhytos, validate it, acknowledge back the hub, for the receiving. Those are very important. I will show you there are like 3 or 4 different steps that are mandatory, because otherwise on the other side, nobody will understand what's going on. And we have cases of even big countries just not working in the right way, and then creating the let's say confusion on the other side. And I will show you actually how to prevent that as well. So the features of the administration console. You can configure the connection. Of course, you can add more users. You have a dashboard. You can check, the logs, envelope tracking number that we have seen before in the presentation from our friend from Panama. Then that is actually you can search in the administrative console. You can see the connected parties, who is connected on the app, who are the focal points. So there is actually some information, but it's not updated, let's say. Then the harmonization codes and the samples. So the validation tool I will show you, and I'll actually stop here and do, I'll start, a demo. So let's start with the administration console. Everything starts from there, actually. So I'm going to go into our testing site, and then there you go. So you see in the UAT site, you don't have the register nor the forgot password, which you have in production. Let me show you. Okay. Why? Because basically, when you register to the hub, you maintain your user as a hub administrator in production. And then this is synchronized with the UAT on a regular basis. So you only have one point where you manage the users. So let me just, and then yes, in production, where everything starts is from register, right? So as a country, I want to join the hub. I will look into the, let me see, Italy is not there because it's already registered for traces, right? So let me see if Albania, no, Afghanistan, yes. So if I am Afghanistan here, I'll put the name of the administrator, the contact email, contact phone, and then send this. Now, this is very important. Let's say that you decide to register in the future by yourself, then this will generate an email that goes to the official contact point for FAO. It's totally automated. And so the person receiving that email will need to approve or reject. So you need to recognize the name of the person, the email, and phone. And so, the best way would be, of course, to reach the person and ask whether the mail was received. And after that is approved, then the boarding document and then the API document, which I'll show you in a minute, they are there. So this is where you start with the app. So once you go inside of the app, then you have multiple views. Now this is more for administrators. I can see this some statistics there, and then now we will talk about the meaning of that. Then you have outgoing, incoming users, my profile, the collaboration tool where you can send a message to all the other countries, registered entities, so you can check, who is on this hub, and see there are some of this BS2 and PA2 that we are creating for this reason, because once again, moving from the gens into the national system. Then the validation tool, harmonized codes, and the XML samples. Sorry guys, I'm feeling sick. Okay, so where shall I start? I mean, is the admin console enough? No. I mean, the admin console is just a tool for managing. If you have, well, then in the app console, let's say you can find some samples. Okay, perfect. You have an example of an XML. Is that the right way to start? I don't think so. So the right way to start in our perspective is that you really go into the documentation of the app. And there are two main documents that are fundamental. One is the ePhyto mapping document, and then the other one is the API document. What is the difference? So the mapping document will tell you how to make that XML. The API document will tell you how to exchange or connect and deliver, let's say, the XML through the app. So here, most probably the programmer will be, let's say, trying to ramp up. It's a lot. And I think it's important to, as the guys here from Dominican Republic, what they're trying to do immediately is trying to connect. Let's see first if we can connect. Okay, that's one side that you can start. But then, of course, you have to go back and see, okay, do I have the XML? So I think you should put all of this together. Maybe, yes, work in parallel, but there is no point of, let's say, defining the connection if you don't have the XML ready. But of course, let's see the mapping document. Have you ever seen this document? I mean, you guys have seen this, but other people maybe not. So this mapping document is version 2.10. I mean, we are not going to do any version that is not backward compatible. So that's something for you to understand. I'm actually working on version 2.11 to introduce a few additional documentation changes in the way that the information is, small changes there, and support of another element. So you see the log here of all the changes. 2.10 was released April this year, and there was a review of the documentation. In the roadmap, we have that mixed commodities that we've been talking, also HS code mapping, which is a long-standing topic. And then this is the structure. So as you see, you will have in the document for each field of the phytosanitary certificate, then the corresponding, let's say, element, and of course the sample, additional notes, the cardinality, the format of the information.
So let's go inside. You see here, and then you get namespaces. Again, this is very technical, right? So the namespaces and everything goes back to the schema of UNCFAC that we use here. It's not something that we build our own. It's something that is already there and that we are using. But in this document, we say the way and what we will use from that schema. The UNCFAC schema is enormous. It's like incredible. It's a big chunk of data. For the phytosanitary certification, you don't need all of that. So for example, you see here, the type of document, first element in the XML. What is it? Is it a regular ePhyto, phytosanitary certificate, sorry, or is it a re-export? And then you get the codes there. Where do I get the codes? From those harmonization codes that we have. In this case, we are using those ones that are in the schema. So we are not listing all the, if you go here, you will find almost 1,000 of document codes, but we are not listing all of them. We're just listing those that we need. And then, of course, that is the information. This will be translated into a naming on the certificate, which is phytosanitary certificate or phytosanitary certificate for re-export. What is the type? Is a numeric and must be one. That's the cardinality. There must be one and only one. And so, going through this document, you will see all the other elements in this sort of way. Starting from the date of issuance, for example, then you have the authorized officer and additional information, the number, attachments, which could be multiple, and so on. Some of them are codified in a generic way. So what that means, for example, included SPS node, this element here, as a subject and a content. This is very generic. So in the UNCFAT schema, there is no definition of the statements, let's say. Okay, so what we're using a generic element with a code that we can define here to say every time you find this code is actually a financial liability statement that I'm including into the certificate. So you don't write that, but you actually code it down. But let me just show you. Sorry. Yeah, okay, I'll go at the end because they are at the end. At the end of the document, you can find all the codes. These are internal code between within the XML. Okay, so a distinguishing mark at the document level, it is codified in this way. A distinguishing mark at the line level is codified in that way. So there are like generic elements that I use with the subject and the value to be able to, send the information. You guys following the technical people at least on the web? Do we have like a -1? So this is very important. I remember when we started the development of the gens, I had my development lead, which is still there, Tommaso, and I printed off this document and I put it on this table. You need to understand everything on this. Any question you ask me. And yeah, and that was going back and forward. We had meetings on top of this document constantly. There is a shortcut and I'll show you later. So the mapping document. What's next, or what's in parallel, very important to be done, is to understand the way that the web services are working. And so you have this document that have some ways of doing stuff, and it goes into describing the different operations that you have, like connecting to the hub, deliver envelope, pull import envelope, acknowledge. All of this, they are calls that you should be programming in the system. How do you program them? How do you put them one after the other? So you don't go and say, Chief, which is the first one that I should do? Chief say, deliver, we need to export, right? That's not the way. I mean, well, probably it is, but then there must be some sort of plan. So again, we have seen the mapping document. What is the mapping document describing is the content that is into the message that is going from one country to the other. The message itself is described with this envelope header. Okay. So this envelope header contains few information, not many. From who are you, who you're sending from, who you're sending to in terms of the country or the connection code. Now here we have alpha 2 letter, but actually now we expanded with the channels, so we have up to 5. So this must be corrected. Certificate type, is it regular, re-export? Status, is it issued, is it withdrawn? 2 status, not many. MPPO certificate number, what that means, when the officer approves, click the button into the national system, say approve, fine, go ahead, and then ask the secretary, go and take the paper and everything else. But it's going as an electronic certificate. Then this certificate number is the one that you assign from the country. What the hub will do as you deliver something, it will assign you a unique tracking number. So the hub tracking number will be the unique number identifying that message. And then the tracking info. You have seen before that dashboard that was saying like pending delivery. We have seen the status, delivered, failed delivered, envelope not exist, delivered with warnings, delivered not readable. So by default, when you send something to the hub, you will get pending delivery. Let's say that is pulled the second after from the other system, then it will be delivered when the receiving country acknowledge the receipt. Let's go into, and then I'll stop. I'll stop because I want to hear from you. Can you see this diagram? Shall I make it bigger? No? Yeah? No? So, for example, before we have seen the gens, right? And then we issued a certificate. And so this is the gens, and this was the other gens actually in that case. So at the moment that the certificate is issued, let's say the ePhyto, the XML is generated, possibly signed as well, and then delivered through the hub. So sent to the hub with the header, of course, saying from me to the other one, etc. And then what the hub will do is to validate the envelope header. And this is a basic flow. The hub, by default, does not do any validation unless you ask to do on the content. So in theory,
you can send ciao amigos in the content, and the app will accept the message and queue it there. So the validation would be like, is the other country well specified, is still in the system. So very short validation, and then queue the envelope for the delivery. And return back to the application exporting the certificate, the tracking number. So here, the programmer, the first thing that the programmer must do is to make sure that is getting that tracking number and associating that with the message that was sent. You know, otherwise you will lose track. And with that tracking number, then you have the option to pull from the app, is this delivered or not, you know, and then get the update on the tracking info, like, you know, until it gets maybe pulled from the other side. So, okay, let's say that the certificate is there, we have the envelope, and then the importer application is going to pull the import envelope. We have different ways for pulling. This is the default, once again. So in this case, the app will, by default, I'm talking by default, and then you can change the settings, like the queue retention and others. By default, the app will give you 50 of the ones that are due to be delivered. I mean, you will probably rarely get 50 at the same time, but you know, it could be. So, you know, you get all of them, including the content, everything, and then locks those envelopes so that they will not be provided into another pool. And at that point, the developer, what do you think the developer should do? Absolutely saving the envelope, you know, saving the received envelope. Is it a good message? Is it from a country that we are exchanging? Is it whatever? It doesn't matter. You know, the most important thing is to save it, you know, put it somewhere in the system, maybe do some validation, verification, and then perform the acknowledgement to say, okay, it's totally readable. So that would be a knowledge envelope receipt. We have 3 different operations there. It is readable, but there are some issues. For example, that field goes over the length that we have in our system, and I want to inform the other country. So I can do an advanced acknowledgement and give also the message. And then also acknowledge a failed envelope receipt. What that means, I receive it, I open the XML, but it crashed. You know, it's not opening. It's not well formed. Okay, so this is the basic flow. Additionally, what you can have an advanced flow. What is more compared to this in the advanced flow, or the way that we're actually suggesting, is that before or when you deliver, you use the validate and deliver envelope. Why? Because at least, especially in the first phase of implementation, you can make sure that the validation passed and the XML is good, so you don't put a problem on the other side for the country. So if there are no validation error, which means that there are different levels of errors, I'll show them, then of course this is queued and it goes into what we have seen until now. And then you get the tracking number, exactly the same. So one change that was introduced is to add the validation as part of the delivery if the country is requesting that. Then on the other side, for the import, instead of pulling that batch of 50 envelopes at the same time, the app can give you all the pending, just the headers, just the numbers there. And so you can iterate through these numbers
and say, this country, but I don't deal with this country. Okay, go to the next. This one, okay, let me pull it. Verify, acknowledge back. So this will reduce the transaction. In this case, we have a transaction that goes through up to 50, let's say, and it's taking long time. Here, it's a transaction that is one after the other. So it's simplified away. And then additionally, you can also validate the ePhyto. Let's say that you're receiving the XML and you want to run the validation. I have to say, this is the way, for example, that the US is working. You know, they validate and they not only do the validation, also traces, I think. At the, let's say from the hub, they also do some additional validation in the system. And then the technical acknowledgement. Why I'm saying technical acknowledgement? Because the acknowledgement here is an acknowledge that I received the message. I'm not acknowledging that that certificate is compliant. That is something else. It was the country response that we have seen before. That is a business acknowledge. Here is just a technical acknowledge. I receive it, is there, and in the system, in the gens will show delivered when you do, or delivered with warning. I think I have to pause here and request some early reactions or comments. Bueno. Sì. Prego, prego.
Permiso.
Scusa. Adelante, adelante.
Tengo una pregunta. En el caso de nosotros, como queremos unirnos al hub,
So we want to join the hub. In your experience, how much time does it take to join? Like the national platform with the hub?
It really depends, because it depends on, it's like, this is a very good question, because even my chief is probably looking at this formula, you know, to make a good proposal. To say, so there are different elements there. So definitely the team forming will tell you, you know, if you have resources there that have already some experience, first of all, technically, but then you need to support them with a subject matter expert or somebody in the national authority that can go sit next to the person and say, you don't use that in the XML because that is then displayed in this way somewhere else. You know, translate the technical into the perception of the user. What we call in jargon product owners for agile development and things like that. So if you form the right team, I think, you know, to develop the gens, the first version, I mean, you know, there was a prototype that was done, and I actually did it myself, and I handed over this to the team. So they had some prototype. But regardless of that, the features were a lot, and I think it took us 1 year.
Adelante, Honduras. Hola, mis preguntas son un poquito más técnicas. No sé si se
My
podría,
questions are more technical.
sin una captura de
I
pantalla.
don't know if they could be understood without a screen capture, really. One of the question is, should we follow a specific order both to send as to receive and consult or query?
Okay, so the order here is done by the business, right? So the order is that if I deliver an envelope, then I will have a tracking number. Without a tracking number, there's no point that I do other queries, right? On the other side, on the import, you have to pull first before you do the acknowledgement. And this is actually the hub responding with an error. Because if you try to acknowledge, let's say that you fail here, You don't have the pool, and then you do the technical knowledge, because something goes wrong. The hub will tell you, look, you didn't pull this. Because then there is a lock there, and I'll show you how you can verify this. I hope I answered the question.
Tengo otra pregunta. ¿Cuál es el orden de los
I
API?
have another question. What's the order of the consumer APIs, and what do you use on the packages of the envelopes?
The packages of the envelopes. Clarify more. I want to understand better. Sorry. What is the order of?
De los APIs de consumo y cuál se usan en concreto de todo el
And
paquete.
which ones do you use in concrete of the endpoint packages?
Hopefully, I understood correctly. So this is okay. This is a tool that I'm opening that automatically from a WSDL, WSDL. Then with this tool, sorry, wrong one. I can see the composition of the web service and all the operations. For example, I know already that there are two different web services. One is a light version, and one is the complete version. So let's look at the complete one. The light does not have a couple of operations that are very heavy. So for example, get active MPPO, right? In the moment you've seen before, if you put this into a sequence, into a workflow, the user is there and selected two countries, right? One for the destination and one for the transit. That was the sample of this morning. Then I need to understand whether these countries are in the hub and if they allow for receiving. So let's see if I can run this. Maybe I'm lucky. Yeah. Okay, so now what is this response? So this basically tell you about all the countries, all the connections that are in the hub, and they will tell you whether they are receiving, whether they are sending, and which of the document are using, and the related the status. So with that combination, you have export regular, re-export, and then you have SPS. Basically, you have all these different options. So if you have a regular ePhyto that you're sending over, you want to check, and it is an issued one, you need to check that the destination country is okay with the 851 and with issued ePhyto. So this configuration is actually in the hub. Let me show you. Sorry, I'm jumping from one side to the other, and then we go back to that sequence that you were talking about. So yeah, let's go into any. Yeah, let's go into Australia here. See, the hub administrator can go inside, and then so in this case, for example, in UAT, Australia has been testing the country response, and so they have enabled all these documents. If they put this, let's say they tick the box and it's not active anymore, the hub will drop the message at the receiving time. You receive the message and then fail delivery because the country does not allow that document. So this, to me, will be the first one that you have to use, because first of all, you want to understand whether you're sending to a country that is on the hub and is ready to receive. So that would be the first one. in the export. In the import side, it doesn't matter because it's up to you actually to pull all the certificates. So is it clear more or less? The sequence diagrams are in the API, and you can use those sequence diagrams to understand the sequence. You know, they are actually in the API now. We are updating them. You don't have the latest version, but yeah, well, it's almost the same. All right, so that's the sequence. So if you are on the importing side, you are developing. You have two systems, like the import and the export. So for the guys in the import, you just need to concentrate on this side of the actions. Pull the import envelope or get the import headers, let's say, and then cycle. You know, those two approach, and then acknowledge. That's it. The 3 operations. Very simple. I mean, the easy part is there. The problematic or the more complex part is in translating that XML in the system information. While on the other side, for the export, you will need to work on deliver, and then make sure that you pull on a regular basis, you update on a regular basis the tracking info for those ones that are pending delivery, because until they're pending delivery, it means that they are in the hub waiting. After that, it means that something happened and the use case is closed. You don't have other status. Pending delivery, delivered, or pending delivery, delivered with warnings, delivered not readable, not delivered. So it's basically 2 states. I hope that I'm giving you something, and that, you know, more questions, guys.
¿Tenemos más preguntas, compañeros?
The web. Okay. Good. So I'll go back to the presentation. Okay, now I wasted you completely with the technical thing. Let's go back a little bit into less technical thing. So
Al resto vamos a
what is the ePhyto channels that we have been talking a lot in these days? So the channels are coming from you know, these 2 use cases. You know, delegation scenario where you have a single system that is acting on behalf of many countries, and then the second use case is to have some sort of forwarding. So I can ask the hub to send it to another. It's like the transit, but it's not the transit, because it's not the transit, right? The transit has a business sense. So here we wanted to have a mechanism for the national system or the hub with the rules I'll show you to automatically forward the envelope to another system. So this is the sample of the channel delegation. For example, let's say that all these countries in this region decide to work on a single system, and then they want to use the same system for all the countries, like Traces is doing. And yeah, we can configure that. So basically you send, for example, you send it to France in the hub, and the hub will queue that message for Traces connection. Okay, so here is reported as a single window there, but could be like a different sense in your case. What is additionally the channel forwarding? And this is probably very interesting for your cases and what we have discussed until now. So, and this is now implemented with the gens. The only problem is that we don't have yet channels, but they will come. Or they can come from your side. You can tell us, can you create a, you know, couple of channels for this company, so for this custom system. And then off you go. They just need to connect to the hub, and in the system, you can select them. So if I create an ePhyto, and then before I send it on the hub, I can say to the hub, please forward this to, in this case, XX or whatever. Like it's not going to be a country code. It's going to be another code, like X123. Okay. For example, the case of logistic or shipping companies. You know that that ePhyto, or actually, the company knows that goes through the shipping. The shipping has a channel already in the hub, and then they can forward directly the XML to them as well. So this is an option where we are doing selectively. We are saying, look, for this specific ePhyto, send it to these channels. But we have other options, like automated forwarding, which is the case of customs, for example, right? Let's say that all the incoming certificates must be also available in the custom system, or that all the certificates that I'm issuing need to be in the custom system of both of them. So what we can do, basically, we can set up forwarding rules. So a rule that is on the hub and that automatically will forward this message to the system. So for example, here, transitioning period, VUSE, you're developing VUSE. And then you connect to the hub. And then you say, right, okay, it will take me some time to develop. But what if I get all the transactions, let's say, incoming and outgoing, into the system, so that I can leverage the material, I can work with the data, I can make some tests and everything else. So this is the option. We are using this for many now use cases, like the Netherlands, which need to have their own system, like Israel, which they have the gens, and they have a system that they are building on. So they receive for the import, actually, they have two systems, export and import. So they're building the import, and then they have a forwarding channel. So everything that goes into the gens goes also to this other system. And then, they can grow up. I'll stop here. Channels. I think this is interesting for you. And my question would be, how do you think this is viable? Let's say, how do you think you can do this? For example, tomorrow you go and connect to the colleagues into the country, in the customs system, and then you go to them and say, hey, look, you can receive the certificate automatically. And then they will tell you, okay, what shall I do? Your answer will be, okay, go and study the documentation of the hub, because you have to connect to the hub. The setup of the rule takes 5 minutes. Their connection to the hub will take more. I mean, depending. Some cases they are lucky, some others take more at the first stage and then later on. So it depends, right? So you know that there is this option, and we can set up channels that are only visible for the specific MPPO, for that specific country. At the moment, we don't have global channels, even because we don't have a governance for that, which is challenging. You have to think about private sector starting to call you, I need to have that, and we've been talking, and we were already into a table, say, you have to have a non-disclosure agreement and things like that. So it gets challenging, and so I don't see this happening in the short, medium terms. Global channels, channels that are available to the entire hub community. But
Country, yes, we have already, like very easy. You send an email, okay, this guy, this will be the administrator, we'll set it up, give the access, let's start to test, that's it. As we did for Dominican Republic, DO2, Panama 2, and maybe other 2. Israel has 3. Okay, so any questions, guys? I like to receive a feedback because I know that is it's a bit technical. But fortunately, we're doing this at the end of the day. Imagine if we started from this morning, you know, it would be completely wasted.
Hola, otra vez, Gianluca. Pues no, nada, más que una pregunta.
More than a question. It's, like you said, a feedback, right? I believe the presentation has been very clear at a technical level. We were talking with the engineer, all this aspect that this, I understand quite well what you're going through. I think the route to follow is clear. The site itself gives all the documentation to set up the APIs on questions and answers, and I think that is the road to take. The two solutions you have presented really, I really think they're the best. Gens on one side is faster to implement and to use, and the hub is what we expect per country to have your own certification system and to automatically integrate it to the platform. So from El Salvador, we are
Llevamos una
clear. This
muy
is a really good impression we're getting. I had a lot of expectations, and you have gone way over my expectations. It's been super clear. Thank you. And we know we'll receive all the help necessary from you. That's it.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And I have to mention that, of course, there is a team behind this. And when I go back, I will mention the appreciation from Panama, from all of you, actually, because it's not Gianluca, you know, I'm not a superhero, you know, we can't do things by ourselves. Okay, so shall I continue? Any other questions? You want to know more about the channel? So just an additional note while you're thinking. For example, when we did this implementation in the gens in the last releases, before we were creating 2 different delivery, and for each transit country, we were doing one, the other. So we switched basically to the channels. So if I go back here, basically here you see XX. This could be your transit country, it will work as well. So with a single delivery, so with a single delivery here, you can say, send it also to this country, and maybe another channel. So into a single call, you have all of this, and the hub will generate all the different envelopes, and also will relate. For example, this envelope 1, this envelope 2 will have a field. Let's say, okay, this is a delivery, a forwarding from envelope 1. So you can also double check that. Sí.
Acerca de los canales.
About the channels, to see if you can clarify something. I see there are channels for both parties, for import and export. To these organizations that we give access to through these channels, will they only have the capabilities of receiving the certification? They cannot modify it. What capabilities do they have, really, or is just receiving them? Please.
Thank you for the question. Very good question. So yes, the channel forwarding, they cannot deliver through the app. They cannot send. They can only receive. So in this case, for example, this rule here for the importing country, is this country deciding for this delivery, not this one, right? Pone la presentazione. Sì, so what I was saying is basically that this channel or this rule that will automatically forward this incoming import certificate to this channel is defined for this country. It's not defined for the exporting country. So while here it is the exporting country that is deciding to forward this to the channel. So it's always, let's say, the MPPO deciding. So the country is deciding on, based on, if it is an import, then it's deciding on that side. If it is an export, it's deciding on the other side. Okay. We touched base on the country responses this morning. The digital signature, I think for the digital signature, there is a very, quick document in the hub landing page that will be potentially better to show. Yep. See this digital signature here. The document is talking about how this implemented, or at least the idea on how it is implemented in the gens, so that countries can maybe look at it and use it for their national systems. Very important that it is for EU requirements. We are not talking about the digital signature. We are talking about the digital signature for EU. But it's okay because it's very well done and very well documented. If you go on the European sites, you will find a lot of documentation, libraries that you can use. We took the library that we use from there, or from those documents. If you go through this document, a developer will understand, let's say, how this is implemented in the gens, what need to be done, and also tells the different options that we evaluated, because we evaluated different options. And then the common agreement in the end between the ESG, so also the regional and European Commission, was to use an embedded signature. So which I'll show you so that you understand what I'm talking about. It's basically there's an additional XML that is added into the certificate and contains all the information. To do this, when you have, of course, the trusted authority, the correct key pair, I actually have listed here some resources there that you can use. Now, I think this is maybe Java. I'm not sure. Yeah, this is Java, but you also have other, probably also .NET. Actually, yes, you have .NET. And so the call, the way that this is performed is that if we go back to the sequence diagram, before we were saying, right? Well, let me go in the basic flow, very simple. Create ePhyto. When you create the ePhyto, you have the XML. In that XML, you send it to this library. The library inject the signature, which is basically the public key and all the digest and all that stuff that you're seeing in the XML. And then that XML, you just send it. That's it. But of course, the European Commission need to have that certificate, and that certificate must come from a trusted authority. We use Sectigo, but
is not the only one. Each region in the world have trusted authorities recognized by the EU. You can use many other companies. One tip is that when you go into this discussion, typically IT people are like this, you know, they completely waste your money and say, oh man, you need to do this, that, and that. And then you get out of that, okay, I need $1 million to do all of this. So I think it's, you have to find the balance, because they are like companies that are providing this as a service. And so as a service, it's definitely even easier, because you have a call, and or maybe you have an appliance that you bring on your network. But of course, it costs a lot more. So the approach that we had for the community, for the gens, for the poor gens countries, was to use a simple certificate, and that is recognized, and they accepted this. So we had a lot of talks with Elena, and I think if you use that, if you send them the public key with the full chain of authority to them to say, look, this is what we're using, okay, they will just import it into their store, and then with that, in the hub, for the gens validation, we use a different approach. So for, let me just go into, yeah. So you see here, this is the configuration profile of the hub, right? So this is the country. You can set whether it's active, able to send, accepting messages, and this reflecting that call, that XML. Now, the digital signature is here uploaded in the form of a public key. It's not the connection certificate. There are two different certificates, right? So you see here digital signature, and you see certificates. So these certificates are to connect to the hub. This one is actually for the gens mainly at this stage, but I think I can see Australia taking that path. I think makes sense. So what we implemented in this system is that, okay, you have a trusted authority, right? I don't need to tell you all the time that I'm changing my key, my public key, my key pair, and send you, oh, make sure that you upload this. I don't want to do that. I just want to go in the hub and have it in the web services. So that in the web services in the country, you also get the public key that is used for signing. And so the gens, when they receive the signature, although it's not mandatory, does check that the key that is received is matching this one, and then validate also the key, of course. Okay. You must have some questions, guys. Okay, I'll show you the validation tool, because that was in the presentation and I jumped that. 4:36, we're getting late. So what is the validation tool? This is something that was really boosting the implementation. And this will boost the national system implementation, especially if you are exporting, right? So let me take a sample. With multiple lines here. It's a regular one. Okay, copy and paste here. Whatever I'm showing here is actually also available in the web services, of course, because you have those calls that are automated. So if I validate this XML, no issues found. It's perfect. Number one. Let me do some changes here. For example, let me remove the name. So why am I sending the email? The programmer will think, you know, I want to optimize this because I'm smart. And so I remove the name here, and then I validate this. So actually the validation is telling me that I'm not compliant with the UNCFACT schema. It's a warning. And also as a warning is saying, look, the name, the presence of the name is required to comply with the schema. So it's not that you have to have it, but if you don't have it, then you're not compliant with the schema. Please have it. Okay, fair enough. If I remove, what is this? This is the certificate number, the MPPO certificate number, the number for that issued ePhyto. Well, if I remove that, also get the warning, look, you're not matching the schema. But on top of that, the number certificate is required. If you don't have that. So what we have done basically is that with the validation tool, we have some warning, we also have some info and severe. So this severe in this call where we had the validate and delivery will not send the XML. So if you send an XML that has a severe level warning, validation result, it will not send the XML. It will stop it there. It'll get back to you an error. Please check the XML. You're doing a great job, but you need to be better. So what we did is we implemented this the validation tool, of course, in the gens, so that we could stop and immediately understand when the validation was not passing before we were sending on the other, even if it was a test. Okay. And of course, it goes into all sorts of information. I mean, now we are, what was the approach with the validation tool? We put it up basically to check the schema, definitely, and then a few others. And then as the maturity of the adoption goes up, then we are implementing more and more checks. For example, in the next release, we will do the complete validation on field length, which is not there yet. It's only there for some fields. So, okay. Completing this side of the app console, you have the harmonization codes. So you've seen this morning in the gens, we had all the reference data, and those global, they're coming from here. So you will be able to install them and also to download them because they are part of the API, the web services. So you can get all the conditions, you can get intended uses, you can get pesticide. So the harmonization codes are also exposed in the web services. That's why you have more operations, because in the end, the operations are, the delivery and the receiving are not that many. I think the other call that I think it's very important is the I'm testing the one that we did the other day, guys, and it was yesterday. I thought it was like a long time ago. And so when you check this get profile, it will tell you whether you are authenticating correctly to the hub, and then get the definition of your own connection. So you will get the different documents and no, this is running slow. I'm still using this, but my developers don't like this anymore. We use something else. Actually, my developers are in AI, chatbot. Chat GPT. So the code that we do in a good number of projects is actually coming validated from ChatGPT. Yeah, which is good. You will be impressed because the quality of the code that we have seen after few months that is getting better. Of course, you need to have the developer to focus on what is the requirement and everything else. So they are more focused in looking this from a different perspective, and then give it to ChatGPT, verify that there is nothing strange, test it. Of course, well, ChatGPT can do also the testing. You know, they write the unit tests for you depending on the requirements. So the work is shifting from developing like to actually still but writing the requirements. Okay. So in the I think good to mention, we have a dashboard, right? This is okay. Let me just go into a country. Let's assign myself a country, like DO. Do you allow me to check the dashboard for? Okay, this is UAT testing site. So just to give you an idea, of course, this data this exchanges are coming from Dominican Republic gens. But so in this dashboard, you will be able to see, you know, the different, you know, how it's working out in terms of, you know, you have a lot of undeliverables, you know, and who you are exchanging to. Once again, this is test. And then you can switch, well, you can go into the details and understand more from DO to, you know, you can check the different envelopes. So this is not reading from the XML. This is reading from the header because, and then the same for the incoming. And then if I go into the outgoing, let's say, I can check for all the certificates that were done today as a test. Pretty active in Dominican Republic. Testing. And make sure that these people are not using the UAT to do the certificates, because this happened with the I believe Sri Lanka, because we went I think it was Sri Lanka. You know, they went live, but they didn't specify a URL. So, or at least they didn't give the new one, and so the users were still using the test environment. So that was a bit of a communication problem. And similarly, you can check here in the incoming. So the same admin console will be available to whether you are connecting as a country or as a channel, is exactly the same. The configuration we have seen, the users, you can add the users. You can check the registered entities, so all the different countries there, so you can actually go and see who is the focal point if they made that information available. Yeah, that's it. That's the admin console. Nothing much. You know, in the morning, I didn't spend time to say that you can also do export. You know, similarly here or in the gens, sorting, grouping, all of this. You know, they're part of the features of the UI. I'm not going into those details. So you can sort stuff. Questions? Okay. Yeah. So to continue on the digital signature where we left the presentation, you see here, basically, this is the SPS certificate. So this is the root element of an ePhyto. And of course, you have others, the consignment, and before the end of the certificate, then this will be appended. And this might generate a warning in the schema, because in the schema is not there, but we have a mutual agreement with everyone to allow this. Another point that I like to mention, because in the different presentations, things are coming to me. Yeah, if you go here in the statistics, in this infographic, let's say that this 144,000 that we have at this moment are successful exchanges. So that means that you could have a lot more, for example, the not delivered or the pending, they are not counted in this. So these are only successful, means that the message went through the hub and the country pull it and acknowledge it as a successful delivery. And this speaks that we have, this is actually when India joined, because they had a glitch in the system. I hope they solve it. They were sending multiple times the same certificate, but they were not responding as well much. Okay. Va bene. Are you satisfied? If you have other questions, I'm here also tomorrow, so we can definitely jump and look at whatever you need.
Okay.
Okay.
Preguntas, comentarios, compañeros. Han quedado sin palabra.
Question. You have been rendered speechless. Okay, just like Gianluca said, we can talk to him during the day. Tomorrow he's going to be here. Thursday we'll have the honor to have him here. So let's give him a round of applause. Come on, to Gianluca. I know this session has been tough, but I would recommend to continue with one more presentation. So let's continue. Did you get the presentation? We will continue with Mexico now with Delfino. So,
Igual, mientras desarrollamos las ponencias que faltan, ya sean las dos o esta de Delfino.
Delfino, we can go out, grab some coffee, come back. It's okay. Bring it to the table, no problem there. So we can continue with Delfino or whatever who wants to go to the bathroom. So it's fine.
Sí, lo ubicaron. Sí. Palata, la reunión conmigo. Vamos conmigo. ¿No quiere dejar la agonía para mañana? No quiere alargar la agonía. Bueno, nos tratemos mañana. Bueno, si está al lado de la gente. Señor Ya me habla con Manuel de eso, ¿sí, hombre? A los compañeros que están en el canal de YouTube, les pedimos 2
For our
minutos.
colleagues in the YouTube channel, we'll ask of you 2 minutes so we can continue with the presentation of our colleague Delfino from Sinasica. So bear with us, please. In 2 minutes, we'll begin. Hey, colleagues, out of time. Let's continue.
En aras del tiempo, vamos a continuar con las presentaciones que tenemos.
Let's continue with the presentations. We're still missing the presentation from Mexico and Costa Rica. So I have the pleasure to introduce Mr. Delfino Hernandez from Sinacica, Mexico, that is going to talk about the paperless for the hub. Delfino, thank you for helping us we've always had that support from Sinacica, and in this workshop was no exception. So thanks to Sinacica and with you in particular too.
Muchas gracias por la invitación.
Thank you for inviting us today. We are going to talk a little bit about what has been Mexico's experience with the hub, take into consideration a lot of what the things that Gianluca mentioned. Some things I will omit, but it is important to know the experience, how Mexico is doing right now. We are changing certificates through the hub. Back in the day, we started with Rodrigo 2015, 2014. We started working with the hub. We started working with the first talks regarding the exchange scheme. In 2016, we did a complete exchange with the United States, a bilateral one. And from there, we added to the NAPO scheme to support them with this scheme. So NAPO was proposing a couple of things and we intervened directly with them. Next. Right now, we are exchanging certificates under the Pacific Alliance with Chile, Colombia, and Peru, and through the hub with United States, Guatemala, on August 30, on August the 1st with Costa Rica. We also received the proposal from Ecuador to be able to receive the certificates through ePhyto, and we also sent a notification to the European Union to see if by September 16th we can add up to them as well. So those are the progress we've been making on these operations. Mexico right now has a trend to increase the use of ePhyto. Our main commercial partner, which is the United States, of course, and Guatemala, we have made quite a lot of progress with them. We set everything up last year and we haven't had any issues, really, any relevant issues. That has been really important for the operation in general. Next. Right now, I just wanted to show you, next please, how many certificates we have exchanged this year. Most of them in the territory of the United States. With the United States, I believe we've had many transmissions that are pending or that don't work, but this has been quite productive to be connected with them. This allows us to have or to be able to connect with basically any other country within the platform. And that is why I was stressing out to Rodrigo that in this meeting, at least we could have that goal to connect if we already use Gens or Hub, but to connect each other in that way. Taking the opportunity that the platform has been quite stable and growing, really becoming more interesting with the year. I think we've learned a lot. I mentioned this not too long ago. I think a very important lesson learned is that we need to have a lot of coordination and communication within the IT teams and operational teams. That has helped us solve problems that used to take weeks, minutes. Now, just a small detail with the United States, with Guatemala, with the Pacific Alliance countries, and with one WhatsApp message, you can solve this or that. I need your transmission did not go through. Your transmission is wrong. I need you to resend it, and we solve the problem right there. So it is important the use of electronic means, emails, cell phones, WhatsApp. And if we have any issues, let's just make a quick conference call. I need to have a conference call with you to solve this problem that we face, and we can solve it. Those are the advantages of the electronic certification, really. Domingo was talking about the contingency scheme too. That is very important to define it and make it clear. Why? Because that solves problems. What we do immediately when in this contingency or fail-safe scheme, we have the alternative of the website of each country. That is the first contingency. If the transmission or exchange in the hub didn't work, I go to the website of the country. If the website of the country, the certificate is fine and you can visualize it properly, the official, we enter the merchandise or the commodities, and then the IT teams can solve the other issues. That is important. And the use of international standards too, because this will allow us to transition to other schemes. We're working for other types of procedures. Gianluca was showing the keys of exports and phytosanitary, but in that same, we have veterinarian certifications, we have aquaculture certifications, and many others. So that standard has already been established. It's simply to broaden the catalog we have in each country or the portfolio. That would allow us also that portion. This was already discussed broadly by Gianluca, so I will move on. I think this is a mandatory scheme, but here the important thing is that in order to participate in the hub, we need to have a system with the capacity to produce electronic phytosanitary certificates. We have the single window of foreign trade in Mexico, USEM. This allows to enter a phytosanitary certificate to capture it. The capture is done directly by the user, the exporter. He can access it with a digital signature, generate the electronic certificate, and the official simply authorizes the certificate. This use we eliminated in Mexico through a law of digital signature the use of the handwritten signature or the printed request. So we completely remove that. The user enters the single window services, enters the request, and we have another official using the same platform too. This single window was created in coordination with the SAT, with customs, and in that way, we have that functionality or feature since 2012. Within the same single window services, doing everything in this site, we integrated the capability to produce certificates, the mechanism to send the certificates, to store them, receive them, decrypt them, to validate the structure of the ePhyto, and to produce PDFs of those ePhytos. So since that year, we did different developments. We request all this to customs within the same single window services. I think we've been one of the main organizations or agencies like Senacica that integrated this coordination activities and this interinstitutional efforts. So we did it directly at the single window services. Next, this is the certificate. We issue the certificate for exports or re-exports. We fill out all the steps, complete all the steps here to completely fill the certificate. This is then sent to the hub, set up directly by the people of customs. Next. Obviously, we comply with all the steps mandate that Gianluca told us to, right? We prepare the system, we prepare the contacts, we registered as we registered to the system as NPPOs, and we added ourselves to these features. With these three steps in coordination, us directly as Senacica, coordinating the activities that the IT team of SAC were doing, we accomplished this to integrate these three activities and to basically operate a single window. Within the platform, next please. Within the platform, obviously, we receive the user and password to have access to the hub site. I believe both in Gens and hub is similar to the platform. This platform, basically, we only use it to check or validate some data. We have the dashboard to validate or verify how are we doing with the receptions and sendings, and there is a general overview of all the transactions we do in the hub, downloading the information to in our Excel file, and basically this is everything we do in this side. Next, we can see the certificates that we are exporting to other countries, right? And we can see if this certificate, if the send out was successful. With the certificate document number, the hub or the tracking number, which is the transaction number with which we can this shipment goes, we can verify all the information of our certificate. This is in the case we send a certificate, this goes directly from the single window service site to the hub. And in the next example, when we receive a certificate, in this case from the United States, we do something similar. Next one. we place the certificate number in the upper portion, and it immediately gives us the information of these certificates with all the different features. We only do this in special cases because we already have the integrated feature in the single window service site. We have it just like this. And obviously we can have all the tools of the menu also integrated. So we can add users next. So we can configure our data. This was incorrect actually because the address just changed. So we need to update that, update the emails of the people that are still active. And what Gianluca was showing the validation tool, right? To know that the XML, we had the XML generated at the single window service, and in the next, we can validate this file to make sure the structure is correct. So that is also an important use of the hub tool. We validate, and it tells you, it gives you a message of all the errors that may have found, or if the certificate is 100% correct. Everything here that we just saw, we use it in special cases, obviously, but in the next one, we can see the harmonized codes in the case of XML. XML examples, we have these two, and then the next one, we saw that there's another feature. If we have a problem in the ePhyto, here we can make that query on the type of query, and we send a request. In theory, they should give us the CIPF, the IPPC should give us a response on this in the hub, in the site. These are the tools that we have used the most, but in reality, during the same operation of the single window services, we don't have the need to leave the single window services because we have set up our single window so our officials do all these activities within their own website or site. The official enters the single window with the advanced digital signature, and they have everything ready to issue certificates, to receive ePhytos, and to do the entire process of other countries' requests. It is a unique site that with certain profiles that we give to our officials, they can have access to a number of features. Really, in this case, we have other tasks added, the IPPC ePhyto Hub certificates within the platform. So the official with this digital signature as the way to access the system, they can validate these certificates, and then the next one, he can see the transactions we send or receive in this same site without leaving this platform. So I'm receiving a commodity or goods from Costa Rica. I access it, I check if I receive the correct certificate, selecting these parameters, type of transaction, send or received from what country or where am I sending, and the date and time, date, start and end date of the certification, and I can put the certificate number. I click on consult or query, and the system populates the information in two formats. They can do it in a PDF, and it can also give me the XML. The XML, we don't use it usually, only in our case as administrators. We can use it when we detect an error. For example, in a catalog or some data that is incorrect, we open the XML, we compare it, and we send it to the other country. But in general, you will always receive this, the official. The PDF file, we designed it according to the structure the NIF 12 has. So each country will design it according to its own needs. But this needs to be framed with the other information the XML has. So just as we do with some invoices, we receive the PDF, we put it together, and we verify the XML without having to leave the single window platform. I'm repetitive about this. In this way. So the official has a certificate number in the upper right side. We designed the certificate number, the certificate in a way that you can see the country highlighted and the entire structure is on this side. So you can basically have, you have importer, exporter, amount, botanical name, number, etc., just as the NIF 12 indicates. In that way, and the XML obviously with the structure that we already saw with Gianluca. The next. When we received from a country a certificate, we also added on the upper side international certificate or electronic certificate, and on that side in orange it changes depending on the country. Obviously the number, there are very small numbers or document numbers and some largest depending on the country and their structure, but this is the view we have. For our officials, we also added a QR code to validate some data of the certificate itself, and the official, again, in the same single window portal, they check the certificate, but aside from that, we, through the informational sheet 23, we tell exporters, if you have a certificate in ePhyto of a given country, you can access as importer or exporter to the single window portal, and you can check it the same way the official does. And this is an assurance to the exporter that their shipment is being processed correctly, because sometimes we made a mistake that we had the feature, but the user didn't know that the ePhyto had been processed. So the single window has that feature. I authenticate with my number, with my signature, and I can see the same certificate the official is going to see. So I am reassured that my shipment received or that the certificate was received correctly. And we have it under the two mechanisms, under the ePhyto and also under the Pacific Alliance format. So it is similar for both platforms, really. What else do we have? What challenges do we as Mexico consider we face for the hub? Obviously, we've been working since 2019. We were one of the first countries that to enter. But an important aspect is that we need to update or adapt the capturing of the certificates to integrate the catalogs of the UNC fact standards. In the single window portal, along with the SAC, our catalogs were more adjusted to the standard of the OMA than the user UNC effect. So we had to change several captures and screens to take the catalogs on the documentation. We had to adapt them. This process that may take 6 months, may take a year, but if we try to do it field by field where we needed to update each catalog. In the case of the countries, SAC had a code of 3 digits for country code, but in this case it's 2, and that was a problem because it didn't match the coding system. That's a challenge you that are going to begin using the hub to make sure that your captures are in accordance with the UN's effect coding. The first part of the schema where we create the XML is clear. You can see it right there. You have the different lines where the catalogs are. You take it from there and add them to your features so you can make it more seamless and you have less validation errors in the operation. We also had some problems with the IT or computer from the setup because we depended on an external provider from customs. So we basically were dependent on their times or deadlines for meetings and everything, but we were able to solve that. And also the user training uh, actions are important for the use of the single window. We need to be clear, these are part of the process. In our case, in the import cases, for example, it took us a year to add 100% of the importers to the use of the single window service. So we started with a port, an airport, a border point, the next month, 2 more ports, 2 more borders, and the next year, 100%. So it is important to carry out training processes. We have trainings of 500 users, 600 users, and so on, right? That's really important to maintain and to undertake, and that's part of the change necessary. And obviously the timely coordination with the IPPC. I think that was fast, but I believe Gianluca had already showed us the processes of the hub. So again, We, without leaving the single window, we did all of this. That's important. Not having the official to monitor from portal to portal, from site to site to check one certificate, except there's a contingency needed, that they need to go to an alternate site to check why there's no transmissions in the hub. We have we had the example of the United States. We've also had cases, one case actually of a certificate of the hub that was presented on paper to the officer in the United States, and the certificate was never issued in the hub. If you detect those cases, they are detected immediately because the official goes directly to the portal, and if they don't see it in the portal, they simply do not accept that merchandise or those goods. It can happen in the United States, for example, they have a process where they issue a certificate, and if that certificate doesn't have a second click to go to the hub, even if we see it physically or electronically, or even if it is in their system, in the hub, it doesn't show. So at that moment, we stop the shipment or consignment without what some, hey, Christian Delis, I need you to validate this certificate. That's it. I needed to add a click to it, and that was it. That solved the problem very fast. So that's the important thing of, if you are handling a single window service, make it single really, so your official doesn't have to go to a number of portals. I was saying that I could see the console, but I use it very rarely. I only go to the single window portal. Basically, that's the progress we've made with the hub. I believe we are, as in Mexico, we always say, any country that would like to add to our team, we're ready. And what we do and what we ask to the countries is an official letter to coordinate the date, for example, and another one to establish the points of contact, either with WhatsApp or anything. So if anything fails or emergency or there's a contingency, we can contact directly. We were told in a different forum, you don't need an agreement or anything with the ePhyto. It was like, well, we know it's not necessary, but it is an operational measure so we can react in an immediate fashion in the face of any emergency. So, as I said at the beginning, we have a goal that all OIRS countries to be connected by the end of the year, and we are ready and available for you all. That's Mexico. Thank you for the attention and the opportunity. Guatemala?
Ingeniero, yo tengo una duda en el
Engineer,
caso
I have a
de
doubt. In your case, since you use the hub, right?
visualizan
Do you visualize the certificate that you enter
lo que reciben,
or that you
tal cual
receive the
aparece
same
de
way
acuerdo
it
emite el
shows, or it
país
is issued
que lo
by the
emitió
country
o
that sent
reciben
it,
un formato
or do you
PDF?
receive a different format?
Recibimos el XML.
We receive the XML.
De todos recibimos el XML
We
y
receive the
nosotros lo
XML, and
visualizamos
basically we
en
visualize
XML.
it in one way only for any country.
Adicional a eso, el exportador
Additionally,
nos
the
sube un
exporter
PDF
uploads
que
a
es similar al que
PDF
tú le
that
emites.
is similar to what
Ese PDF lo
you
usamos
issued.
solamente
That PDF is used
cuando hay un
only
detalle
when there
de
is
falla de transmisión. Entonces nos vamos a tu
a
página web y
detail
lo
or
revisamos.
something on the transmission. We
Porque
go to your
nosotros
website
tenemos
to
la
check it, but we
visualización que va a
designed
tener el
the
oficial
visualization
todos
the
los
official
países
is
son
going
los
to have
mismos,
for all the
el
countries to be
que
the
mostraba
same.
ahí, ¿no? Que tiene un
The one we
barcode
showed there
de
with a QR code and that says
electrónica.
electronic
Lo que va
certificate.
variando nomás es el
The
nombre
only
del
thing
país
that
y se
changes
baja
is
la misma,
the
la misma
country
estructura.
name. Below that is the same
Pero sí les
structure.
pedimos ahorita
But
a
would you
a los
ask
oficiales, a los exportadores, que
exporters
suban el PDF
to
para
upload the
efectos de que
PDF?
ante alguna falla,
So if there's an error, we go to your website and we validate it is correct. In the United States, we go to the PCIT and there we find the certificate exactly the way they upload with you is the same with Costa Rica, is the same that we are already working with Costa Rica. Yes, thank you.
Sí, te entendí que
Yes, if I understood correctly, you are using Mexico's system, but where I couldn't understand why do exporters have to or importers have to enter or consignees They don't start from a database of all your exporters that in previous systems you have them already registered. Maybe in the gens, you can start from, I can enter all my exporters, but if I have a system, a national system, like the case, all of those that have in different countries, I have a database, I have a catalog or portfolio of information. So I take that and I only connect it, or I do the interconnection between our system with the hub. What happens is that Mexico, since 2012, 2011, we had a decree where all foreign trade was done through a single window. So every user that wants to do foreign trade, sanitary, customs declarations, origin certificate, they do it through a single window. So we, as an authority, added to that platform since 2011. In 2012, we released it, but we have to do everything through that single portal. All the resources, infrastructure, everything is put by customs. We add the human resources, the man hours, and we have access to the report, to all the different features. So we didn't have the need to generate a system because the Mexican government already included that for all the different agencies working in foreign trade. How do you feel? Should we continue? Okay, so let's go with Eric Cedeño from the Phytosanitary Services of the state. Round of applause for Delfino for his presentation. Okay, let's continue and let's finish this second day of the regional workshop for ePhyto for countries, member countries of OIRSA, and I have the pleasure of introducing Engineer Eric Cedeño from the Phytosanitary Services of the state that will discuss their progress in these matters. Pleasure really to be here, to hear you all, to know our colleagues. I am the person responsible of phytosanitary certification of the phytosanitary services of the state. I have a short presentation just to focus a little bit on what was the chronology or timeline of what we went through with ePhyto. On average, we carried out, we created 108,000 phytosanitary certificates per year. This was pure papers and everything. Our printers doing these printouts in Excel sheets. And thanks to the foreign trade single window, they generated this single window system where the exporter and importer could do their own phytos, right? Since 2016. We notified this to the IPPC that we were going to have a new phytosanitary certificate. We were going to have a printed signature, from which in 2020, the BUS allowed us to connect to the ePhyto in several ways, both imports and exports. Costa Rica has this map of its main exports. As you can see, most of our exports are between Europe, United States, and Central America and the Caribbean. Important portion of our exports. This is a platform, the single window platform we have, where it allows us as officials and inspectors of the phytosanitary services to have the import and export section, and when we have a re-export example, in the same way as we can visualize the phytosanitary certificates in PDF, and it allows users, external users, exporters and importers, to have a profile, to have access. They can create the certificate, they can receive the import certificates as well, and they can also make the payments necessary. As you can see, you access it with a digital signature. This is the security system. These are ePhyto sent of imports, where we can see the hub code, the certificate number generated by Costa Rica to the company, and when it is sent or issued, and the XML. Excuse me, it's not quite visible. This will generate a history where the inspector can verify if the certificate was sent through the hub, if it was issued to the importer country. We cannot see it here properly. This is the receipt section. Like the Fino was saying, we created a standard, right? We created a standard of the XML that we receive from the imports. This is from Argentina. This is the code. The Argentinian certificate generates. This certificate is from Argentina. This PDF is what the inspector can visualize, the one that is receiving the shipment or consignment at the port. This is a timeline of how Costa Rica started working. We had the systems in the VUSA system since 2016 and April 2020. We adapted the VUSA system to the hub, and we started having conversations with the United States, Argentina, Mexico, Chile, and Spain. In May 2020, we started tests with the United States, Argentina, and Mexico. The same May 2020, because of the pandemic, the European Union sent us a note that they are going to begin ePhyto transmissions through the traces for exports, so we can give them their certificates. And for imports are only received from France, Denmark, and Portugal. In June 2020, officially, we started with Argentina, then we finalized a number of tests. And the same month of June, our colleague Delfino here reported some inconveniences with transmissions. We had some issues with the XML, and we were able to correct the errors from Costa Rica. By September, we did again queries to Mexico, but Mr. Delfino is quite diplomatic with his processes and his notes. And we had to do a full update because we couldn't connect to the single window of Mexico. So we were able to do the proper corrections. In December 2020, we did a pilot plan with the United States in production environment. We were up to this point, we were only dealing in testing environments. And in December, Chile is integrated to these exchanges. 6 months later, June 2021, we have an agreement with the United States. We corrected the errors in the transactions, and we started officially with the United States. In September, we started transmissions with Guadeloupe, Martinique, and Ireland. With these islands, the particularity, like Julian mentioned, the ePhyto is issued to France as destination country. They approved it, and then it is sent to the islands, to Guadeloupe and Martinique. In April 2022, like our colleague Ruben mentioned, it was quick, a month maybe of getting into agreement. We already had the system, and we started working our transmissions country to country. In May 2022, we had a special case with Spain. They requested from us ePhyto transmissions, not through traces, but as from a different platform. We started in May. In June 2022, we started working with Guatemala. It was quick, really. In both cases, Guatemala and Panama, we started a mixed system to integrate the companies, to integrate the different control stations that we have. In July 2023, the European Union requested us that all the countries where we only had France, Denmark, and Portugal, that all other countries to issue ePhytos, issue their exports through ePhyto. We are still pending. When reviewing the system, we can see we are receiving from Italy already and also from Holland. So we are slowly becoming fully integrated with the European Union. In August, we officially started with Mexico after for leaving the matter there for in standby. There was an issue on our website with a certificate, and well, that basically helped us finish the process with Mexico. And the countries that we transmit with Costa Rica, we started Argentina, Chile, United States, the entire European Union right now, Martinique, Guadeloupe Islands, Panama, Guatemala, Mexico. For now, we haven't registered, we haven't received any errors in the transmissions. Comments, right? We have to constantly train our colleagues of phytosanitary controls and quarantine controls that are dealing with these certificates. It already happened that a country of the European Union requested a PDF of ePhyto with a dual signature when we already have ePhyto transmission. So that constant communication is important, that constant training. It is also important to have a database with direct contacts of ePhyto officials of the different MPPOs. And it is important, like Ruben said, it is important to have a block, right, for more openness of Middle East or Asian countries. They are hard to come by. They're hard for to get a response from. Usually in India, we have trade of wood, but basically every week they write to us, this ePhyto is right. So we have to start making, we basically have to constantly make correspondence to tell them, yes, this ePhyto is valid. And we had a problem of a cyber attack. Last year, we basically blocked the IT, blocked certain destinations. This hacking was in the Treasury Ministry. So basically in India and China is where we have those small issues. As I said, we as Costa Rica, when in through our platform, not through the gens, we incorporated through our single window portal that basically facilitated the process of integrating to the hub. This was a 6 months work of our colleague and promoter or sponsor of the single window foreign affair. After like 150 FIDOs testifiers, we started operating with other countries. We have the capacity to receive from all countries as well as sending. We have a basically a barrier until the country says so. Just with one click, we can activate the transactions within the hub. Thank you for the attention. Okay, colleagues, any questions, comments, feedback? I know today has been a long session. It has been long. And the same way, I believe we've generated a lot of knowledge. We shared a lot of information. For those in this in-person format, I think we still have the opportunity to interact with each of the speakers to uh, make the best use of the presence of Gianluca, of Engineer Robles, and I believe tomorrow we can also retake some questions in the discussion forum we have at the end of the afternoon. So let's say goodbye. We will stay 5 minutes more, and our colleagues online during the in the YouTube transmission, we can say goodbye. Hopefully you can join us tomorrow starting 9 a.m. Dominican Republic time, 8 a.m. Panama, Colombia, and Ecuador time, and 7 a.m. Central America time. So our colleagues in the YouTube channel, have a great afternoon. Ready, Nelson?